and welcome to the BYB Podcast. That stands for the Backyard Boys. And tonight, for your special entertainment, we have Liam McEneaney, comedian, writer, producer, as seen on Showtime, Comedy Central, and so much more. Welcome, Liam. How are you doing this evening, brother?
What's up? You know, I realize I spend my nights sometimes screaming at podcasts, and I wonder what the neighbors are thinking at this point.
You were on Showtime.
Why are you screaming at him? Why aren't you just talking nice and quiet and calm? Is it because everybody's giving you a bad time on podcasts and you have to clap back, as they say, the kids are saying?
No, it's just I don't feel like investing in a real microphone, so I'm using my built-in mic on the MacBook.
You were on Showtime, dude? What were you, a grip boy for Emmanuel in space or something?
Oh my God, I wish. No, I was on a comedy special called Caroline Ray and Friends, where Caroline hosted the special, and then she picked 4 comics she thought was funny to like do a set. So I wish there was a funnier answer than that. Yes, I was on Red Shoes Diary. I'm sorry.
Okay.
You can catch me on Skinamax every Friday.
Yeah, that's hot. Or wait, no, I shouldn't say that. That's going to be a bad look for me. Cut that pot out. Cut that pot out. Back it up.
Why?
And a 3 and a 2 and a 1 and a go.
It was softcore pornography starring David Duchovny. There's nothing wrong with it.
Yeah, the triple X Files, y'all.
Hey,
That's right. So yeah, of course, you're over there on MLC today, and here I was on Stuttering John's podcast. I just popped off of that 20 minutes ago. Very interesting. It seems like you may have caught the ire of one Stuttering John. How do you feel about all that?
Stuttering John's hilarious. He called in to the show. He didn't ask for the link. He just called Kevin, and Kevin put him on speaker. I think John thinks somehow I also was there recording. That's the only thing I can think, because we watched a little bit of his show, and he was like, started by yelling at me and then jumped tracks and was yelling at Dave Sarra within the same thought. Right? So like, I think John might be a little bit confused about who I am. John doesn't know me because I'm never going to be on John's show. And I find very little interest in talking about Stuttering John. And I have very little respect for Stuttering John. So because I'm not like willing to go on his show and be amazed that I'm talking to Stuttering John, and also I'm not on shows talking about what a fucking buffoon he is, I'm not on his radar until right now.
100%. Yeah. So were you ever a fan of Stuttering John? It seems like you are aware of him, at least from the old days. Old. We're old now, by the way.
I grew up in Queens, New York, which was Howard Stern territory. So of course I knew who Stuttering John was. I thought he was the super cool guy because he was on the Stern show. He would go interview celebrities, which was always hilarious. He had a band that was signed to a major label. I'd be watching a movie like Airheads, and suddenly there's Stuttering John doing a cameo. Like, I kind of didn't know until later in life that, you know, the way they portrayed him on the air was the way he actually was in real life. What got John mad, by the way, was I pointed out the fact that he has to act like a buffoon on his show every day, because if he doesn't, people will stop sending him money. And he literally exists on Super Chat money. Like, if people stop paying attention to him, he would die.
I would assume it does help him out, but
him.
he does claim that he has money, and he does not depend on Super Chat money or any of this stuff in the Dabbleverse.
Right.
So you think otherwise, though, huh?
I mean, it's just, I know how much a Writers Guild and a SAG pension pays out if you claim it before you're 65. It's not a lot of money, right? It's enough. Look, it's enough to live in a small apartment in Canoga Park if you're not drinking a case of beer every night. but it's not exactly enough to like. It's not enough to live on and too much to die, as the old blues song goes. Just enough, not
Brandon Death. John is coming for your ass, Liam. You've been warned.
Well, it's the only way he'll ever talk to me, so good for him.
Ebert with a beard? Uh-oh. Are you is this they're doing the Ebert again on you? Yeah.
No, I have a jaw.
Yeah, I guess Ebert did. And he did Valley of the Dolls, right? Isn't that his big flop? Like, so some people say that the worst movie was it Siskel or Ebert that made it? Was Ebert, right?
He wrote it. Russ Myers directed it. It's a genius movie. 100%. I'm not fucking with you. Buy the Criterion collection or go to the library at least and get the Criterion Blu-ray. It's an amazing movie. I love it. It's genuinely fucking, you can't take your eyes off the screen ever. It's not a good movie, but it's a great movie.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, people say it's like it may be the worst movie ever made, and of course it's by Ebert, the guy that rips everybody else's movies to shreds on a daily.
I did see Roger Ebert on the street about 6 months before he died, walking down the street in New York City with his wife or girlfriend or whatever she was to him. And it's kind of thing where, like, you kind of want to talk to the guy, but also his jaw's missing. So, like, you can't. Like, it would be cruel to go up and start a conversation. You can't. Oh, Quad. Well, all right. I guess you're allowed.
No, he had to learn sign language there at the end, I would assume. So
I will say,
just make a lot of weird noises.
I took a class that was taught by Leonard Maltin, which was the best. Fucking love Leonard. Leonard's the greatest. And the class was literally Leonard lecturing for an hour. Then we'd watch a new release movie that was about to come out. And then he would do a Q&A with someone involved in making the movie because they all went to USC, which is where I go to school, as I'm sure your viewers know. So, and Leonard is just like this fucking legendary. He's like the last of that generation of movie reviewers, like literally the last man standing. Nice guy, knows everything, knows everyone, had a million great stories. I love those old movie reviewers, dude. Fucking, I think part of the reason I like movies is because I would see them on TV and kind of like follow their reviews and read their reviews.
I follow a really good content creator that reviews movies. I don't know. Do you watch WATP?
Yeah, I love WATP.
Do you know Kaylee?
Lucy Tightbox.
Lucy
you may know her as
Tightbox?
that.
She does great movie reviews on her YouTube channel.
Does
like
she?
Awesome. Yeah, hell yeah. She just did But I'm a Cheerleader. And it was I loved it. She does excellent movie reviews. And they're not super long. She's engaging. She's beautiful. She's glowing. She's intuitive to the really cool shit happening in the movie. It's wonderful. She's really good.
And hot and sexy. And she's really smart and good looking. And let's just bring that up over and over.
Jesus, why don't you guys get into a thruple with her?
Why don't we just suck her dick?
I'm in. Yeah, that's right. She's supposed. Yeah, everyone says she's trans, Liam. That's the rumor going around.
Who?
Lucy Tightbox. Well, whatever. All the people that fuck with her say that. Obviously, all of us people say, "Wow, that's a hottie right there." So,
hey, man, if she's trans and looks that good, God bless her. Like, God bless whatever she's doing.
Yeah, she recently did not Into the Wild. What was that? Not Call of the Wild. Son of a bitch. I lost it. Fuck. I'm a reject. Son of a bitch. That's gonna bug the shit out of me. Anyway, she did a movie review on a movie I grew up watching with as a kid, and I haven't thought of that movie in 20 years, but she does those obscure movies that no one else really talks about.
Oh, it probably is Into the Wild then. Okay, so she reviews old movies.
Older movies, more obscure movies. Yeah.
I would also recommend checking out Matt McCarthy. He's on Instagram, and he's a big collector of physical media. and he's constantly posting clips and like short reviews of movies. Because he just has a million VHS cassettes and Blu-rays, laser discs. What was like Lemmy? What was your favorite? Like, what was your go-to movie as a kid?
Drop Dead Fred.
Wow.
I fucking loved that movie so much. Watched it every single day.
That's the Rick Mayall movie, right?
Yes. And Phoebe Cates.
And Phoebe Cates, yeah. So I'm a big Rick Mayall fan, or however you say his name, The Young Ones, and he did this great show with the guy Adrian. What's his name? Anyway, I'm sorry.
Brody?
So Drop Dead Fred. No, not Adrian Brody. From The Young Ones, also. I feel like this is weird. I feel like I'm on a first date with you guys. So, what's your favorite movie as a kid?
I mean, I've hung out with you a bunch of times, but whatever. We're already going into movies. This is kind of a weird start, but hey, that's what you're
I like
into.
It. It's not Dabbleverse.
We all do the movie stuff.
Let's talk about it.
Yeah, hell yes. The movie I was trying to think of was Never Cry Wolf. That's what she covered. It's like a mid 80s movie.
All right, that stumped me. I never heard of that one. I thought I heard of them all. Never Cry Wolf.
Yeah, it's a trippy movie about a guy out like following wolves around in Alaska. It's
I've never heard of this.
Yeah, great movie. It's got Brian Dennehy in it.
It's got Dennehy? Motherfucker.
Yeah, it's a trippy. I remember watching it a bunch of times when I was a kid. It was like one of those HBO movies.
I love.
Speaking of Brian Dennehy, another one of my childhood go-to everyday watch movies was Tommy Boy.
I saw that in the theater when it came
Hell
out.
Yes.
I probably know every single word of that movie.
I've seen
Tommy,
it a bunch of
quit
times.
playing with your dinghy.
Quit playing with your dinghy.
See, for me, that's one of those movies where if I'm in a hotel room and I turn on the TV and it's playing, I'm pretty much watching it till the end. Goodfellas is
Black Sheep is free on YouTube right now, and it popped up the other night, and I had to watch it because it came on. It was like, fuck, here I am. I feel like I'm 15 all over again.
I haven't seen that since it came out. I like that a lot. I actually watched Jack and Jill in a hotel room. Like, it just came on, and I was like, "Oh, I've heard about this movie." And then
Adam Sandler movie.
Yeah, it's where Adam Sandler plays himself and his identical twin.
I couldn't watch that. I couldn't even get past the fucking trailer. I was like, I can't do this.
It's the worst.
I love Adam Sandler, and I don't want to hate him.
Here's the thing: go to San Francisco, rent a hotel room that's a little bit too expensive. Like, wonder if you made a terrible decision. Turn on your TV, flip past the local news where their big story is about a cafe closing. Jack and Jill will be on, and you'll watch the entire movie. I'm not exaggerating. There was the local news out of Berkeley. The lead story was about a cafe closing, and they were interviewing W. Kamau Bell about it for some reason.
That's unbelievably boring.
It was. Jack and Jill. Dude, listen, Al Pacino, I'll watch him do anything. That is the truth.
Oh, okay. Al Pacino's in.
Yeah, Al Pacino plays himself, and he's in love with Adam Sandler as a woman. And it's
okay.
That's the one where he does the mochaccino commercial. Dunkachino.
And then I was reading like a oral history of it, and it turns out Robert Smigel did a big like rewrite of it and added a lot. And I was like, no wonder I fucking like this movie a lot more than I thought I would.
All right, let me ask you a question, Liam.
Please.
This is going to shape our future relationship as friends here on the internet.
Oh, we're never going to be friends. Go ahead.
Which was better, Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure or Bill and Ted's Bogus Journey?
Is Bill and Ted's Bogus Journey?
That's correct.
It is correct. Listen, listen, right? First of all, I watched Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure when it came out in the theater. I went opening night, fucking loved it. But Bill and Ted's Bogus Journey takes it and expands it and takes all the jokes from the first one and makes them better. Absolutely Bill and Ted's Bogus Journey.
Hell yeah.
What about Face the Music?
69 dudes.
I've not seen that. I didn't want to ruin the fucking like image in my head that I had, because again, Bogus Journey is one of my childhood favorites, and I didn't want to fuck it up.
It doesn't fuck it up. It's just, it's not as good, but it's still good.
Okay. I almost didn't watch Tenacious D and the Pick of Destiny because I thought it would fuck Tenacious D up for me, but it ended up being like top 5, one of my favorite movies of all time.
Listen, there's some people who they're movie stars, and the reason they're movie stars is because I could literally sit down and watch them do anything for 2 hours and be entertained. Keanu Reeves is like that. Tom Cruise is like that. I went to see The Mummy, which was a bad movie, but it starred Tom Cruise doing stunts.
I love The Mummy. No. I like the Brendan Fraser.
You just
Mummy.
saw the Unwrapped Mummy too. You were on MLC with Kevin Brennan, the Unwrapped Mummy.
See, here's the thing. You're friends with Stuttering John. All right, first of all, Kevin's actually watching right now. So you really might want to be careful what you say.
Hi, Kevin. Hi, Kevin's lip herp.
But also, you're Stuttering John's ball washer. So
my name's Kevin Biggles.
Temporarily, allegedly.
I don't.
Yeah,
I
well,
don't know,
who
man.
knows? Like, it could be a permanent position, but for now, we are in the beginning stages of ball washing and whatever. I'll tell you, it was really dirty at first, but now it's starting to clean up a little bit. And Lemmy has started to come around. Around on him. Yep. Yeah.
I stopped. No. He can wash his own fucking balls. That's disgusting.
Here's the other thing. Let me reach the age of 60 and see how good I look before I cast aspersions.
You look like Jack Black turned 60 yesterday.
Wow. All right. You know, he's sexy, so I'll take it.
Yes.
I got Michael Moore 3 times on MLC earlier.
Oh,
so,
dang. Yeah, that's accurate.
So I'll take Jack Black.
That's the go-to.
So
if you didn't wear a hat, you might not be nearly as much of a Michael Moore as you are with the hat on. But it's the floppy, the buckle-up hats like that.
Listen, I know we're just killing time till Stuttering John comes on this show, yells for 3 minutes, wears himself out, and then gives up. I get that. But is there anything else we can talk about today?
Yeah. For example, we got a huge shout out. I wouldn't say shout out. We got torn apart by the Bubba Army for having Tuttle on last week. I don't know if you got to see any of that, Liam, but we had Pat Dixon on. We had Tuttle on. That was a horrible mistake on my part, double booking those two, especially for the show that we ended up doing, because it was all about Felicia Gillespie, and that's all that Pat Dixon wanted to talk about. So dude, of course that's how it went, and it didn't go good with Tuttle, at least. I got
to be honest. If I was on a show with a guy, and a woman said he punched her in the back of the head, I would nope out of that also. It's just there's no way for me as someone who's not involved to look good by getting involved or to feel good by getting involved.
Hey, chat, I didn't want to tell you guys this before, but Liam, before the show, punched me in the back of the fucking head.
All right, I got to go.
No, wait. You have to stay. I have to bow out. I have to bow out.
Wait, Lemmy, I'm serious. Just let him know it's a joke.
It is a joke.
Okay,
it is a joke,
thank 100%. You.
Hold on. It was consensual. How about that?
Thank you. But no, listen.
She does make a good point. You get what she's doing there, though, right?
Yeah, no, I'm saying the world we live in, it has to be made crystal clear that is a joke or consensual, as Lemmy said. No, Lemmy, you're in a relationship, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So there's no punching in the back of the head between us. I don't want some fucking farm boy flying down to LA to shoot me in the head.
He is a farm boy too.
He is. He's a woods boy.
Yeah, I don't want any of that. I don't want anyone driving their pickup truck to LA to find me, although that would be a great movie, because he thought it was
safe,
that's funny because I started picturing it in my mind. The drive across the country in some like beat up old 1960s piece of shit truck.
Yeah.
He's got a shotgun. Yeah, I can see it.
Yeah. With some like country folk song playing in the background, like
like
a Midnight Cowboy. I was thinking
dueling banjos. Dueling banjos played the whole movie.
I was thinking of the bus ride at the beginning of Midnight Cowboy. Where they play Fred Neil's "Everybody's Talking About Me."
Well, it's better than the last bus ride, right?
That is true.
That didn't go so well.
No, that guy Dustin Hoffman pissed his pants and then died. Which is
pissed his pants and died. Exactly.
What a fucking indignity! First you piss your pants, then you die on a Greyhound to Miami.
Well, yeah, what a bummer ending too, right?
I read the best book about the making of Midnight Cowboy. The book about making Midnight Cowboy is as good a story as Midnight Cowboy is.
Slapjaw Timothy Smallwood, $2. Bring Stut Joe on all ready to go at Liam. Yeah, this guy gets it.
Listen,
they're all eating popcorn and just waiting for Stut Joe to pop in and watch the swings happen. And hopefully Dave Sarra pops on too. Wow. I invited Dave Sarra on, FYI, in case he does get free. He's going to pop on with us. So if all three of you guys were on the same podcast today of all
Dave Sarra?
Yes.
That's the guy. Yes. That's the guy Stuttering John is actually mad at.
Yes.
I wanted Kevin to send him the link. Just to.
I know, but he was busy doing shit, or else he probably would have showed up, honestly. But he's trying to get home as fast as possible so that he can make this happen. So we'll see how it goes. But it'd be fucking amazing.
El Guapo, God bless you for saying young George Wendt, because I am older than George Wendt was when he started Cheers.
Your hair is not nearly curly enough either.
That's a fact. Also, George. Oh, okay.
Go ahead.
No. I want to. What is this?
These are my boys.
So this is Bubba.
The fat guy on the bottom right is Lummox. The guy next to him is Dr. Dan Diaco. The guy above Dr. Dan is Bubba himself. And the guy next to Bubba is Seth Kushner.
This is what's left of the Bubba army.
Yeah, Anna's gone. So is Blitz. I don't know if you knew who Blitz was, but Blitz, I guess, got caught in. Like, Blitz was his producer for many years, and he just got caught embezzling almost $300,000 from the company. So he was let go, and him and Anna were fucking. So I'm pretty sure Bubba was looking for any excuse to fire her bitch.
Wait, hold on. Bubba's company had $300,000.
Dude, they made bank on Twitch, man. I would watch people donate hundreds and thousands of dollars to his Twitch stream every single day. Yeah,
because last I heard really about Bubba was after he got dumped off of Howard 101. So I don't really know too much about him going forward.
He's actually the person who got me started in liking any of these like interactive podcast things. This is my original community, was the Bubba Army.
I'm looking up.
I mean, that's just a local market, so it only makes sense that whatever you listen to the crappy radio that's in your local market when you're cruising to the grocery store. Like, I do the same thing out here, so it is what it is. You get the Bubba. What's local? What's your favorite local radio, Liam, out there?
Oh, again, it was Howard. Oh, in LA. Honestly, I listen to satellite radio, or I listen to podcasts, or I listen to Spotify. But terrestrial radio is kind of. Last night I was listening to the classic rock station on my ride home from the movie theater, where I saw The Fall Guy in IMAX.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about The Fall Guy. I guess maybe we'll get back into that. I'm curious. Ryan Gosling as The Fall Guy taking up Lee Major's spot. I don't know how I feel about that. He's too much of a pretty boy. But I guess maybe Lee Majors was a pretty boy in the early 80s too. Who knows?
He was. And he did a cameo with the woman who played Jodie at the very end of the movie.
Awesome.
And I didn't know he was still alive. I definitely didn't know she was still alive. Well, wait. So what are we watching?
So this is okay. So we had Tuttle and Pat Dixon on last Friday. Tuttle got all pissed off and left our show because like I said, I had double booked him, and then we started really getting deep into the Pat Dixon and Felicia. Yeah, there it is, folks. Yeah, motherfuckers. That looks realistic. But yeah, so Tuttle got really pissed off. And I mean, looking back on it, I can't blame him one little bit that I brought him on to listen to a breakup between Felicia Gillespie and Pat Dixon, which probably nobody outside of the Dabbleverse really exists. So Tuttle is still on the Bubba show. Like on Wednesdays, he just started going back to him.
Quadfather, us Felicia Pat stands. Well, not only do we stand that couple, but we have a name for them like Benifer. We put Felicia and Pat together, and we call them Fat.
We'll have to think of a better one than that. I think we might want to rethink that one, but we could workshop it after the clip. That's good.
Sorry, I interrupted.
I have another
joke.
No. Your joke sucked. Sorry.
No, it was pretty great. It's crazy that people are calling Felicia fat, considering that she looks pretty normal as far as I can tell.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, everything Butterface. Yeah. Everything Butterface looks normal.
I thought
Get it?
I thought Pat was on your show describing her as like a 200-pound person because she's harder to move than you would think. Like she's denser than she looks.
That's still, she doesn't look like she's even a dense 200 pounds. You know what I mean?
Right. That's what I'm saying. Like he was saying she looks like skinny, but she's got a lot of muscle or whatever.
Yeah, same. It doesn't, she's probably 140 at most if I were to guess her weight.
Uh-huh.
You guys say she's dense when you're talking about her weight, but every time I said she looks dense, I was talking about her brain. Nothing. All right, I'm moving on because I suck. I'm sorry, folks.
Hey, Mr. Producer, do you have a cricket noise on your soundboard?
He does. He's saving it for. Yeah.
Oh, I thought you can hear my crickets. Never mind.
No, you have cicadas. He has crickets.
There we go. All right, have that ready.
What am I, Dave Sarra or something? Come on, guys, come on.
Listen, I just did 4 hours on another show. I'm not bringing the heat. I'm strictly a relief pitcher on this show.
All right, I forget how long this clip is, but let's rock it.
Where else can you go out for $50?
Yell at kids trying to live out their dreams.
watch a ball game in an unbelievable, very, very comfortable atmosphere. All the beer, soft drinks, and water and food that you want for $50, and catch a ball game and hang out with us at the end of the day.
And get a Turpin's hat.
And you get a Tarpons hat?
Yes, you do.
So you're going to give me a link. The link to how you purchase your Bubba ticket.
I will say this, Lemmy. Every time he says Lummy, what's the guy's name? Lummi or what the hell?
Lummy,
Every time he says that, I'm like, what? They're talking about Lemmy? What? Oh, that's right. Wait. I think they do actually say your name, which even makes it more confusing.
It's tarpins.bubbaarmyhq.com.
Okay, Lummy.
That's it.
Or check all of our Facebook, Instagram, Twitter. We'll have it all up later today. Am I right?
Yes, sir.
If you can send those links to me, we'll get them. We'll get them up.
I put it a minute early there.
Trying to move all this.
That's a hell of a deal, though. With
here we go. Right
cost
now,
$50 on their own at some stadiums.
Well, yeah, it's not a fitted one, but
no, they're not fitted. But I mean, a normal Yankees game, if you go try to get a hat, even a kitty hat is $35.
Yeah. Not at BubbaArmyStore.com, Lummy. I think we're slinging hats for $19.95.
That's right.
For real?
That's right.
So, Lummy, listen. So, Tuttle and Colton did a podcast.
Yeah.
And so, I guess Tuttle appeared on somebody else's podcast.
Yeah, BYB Pod.
Okay.
I believe it was Friday night.
Now, Tuttle, to me,
a little surreal. That's funny as hell, man. So previously, I do believe Bubba has totally torn Tuttle's podcast apart. Is this correct, Lemmy?
Yes. He's
He
doing
fairly
a
much-
podcast with Colton, and I guess it was not to Bubba's liking.
So keep that in mind, folks, when he tears us apart too. Ha ha.
Acts like he's kind of all that. Like now, is Tuttle the biggest? Is Tuttle the biggest star amongst all of these people here?
Pat Dixon is he's a pretty well-known comic in the scene. Besides that, Granny.
Well, why would Pat Dixon have Tuttle on?
Well, Pat Dixon was a guest of the BYB show. Who's the guy in the left? He, I believe, is paralyzed from his waist down.
Man,
Close
they should,
enough.
you know what? They
And
should
then-
utilize that and call it, Johnny Paralyzation Show.
Well, it was
No, Johnny, he already has a show. Just kidding, LLC. Check it out. Johnny Crutches. He already
used to be
exists.
like kind of a bunch of guys hanging out.
And they should have his wheelchair real prominent. Then it gives you a whole different mindset. You're like, oh, I can't be as mad at that guy. That guy sucks, but he's in a wheelchair. Poor guy. Life's already given him a curveball.
Oh well, Tuttle can.
Yeah.
I know.
I can't disagree with that. Maybe we should make it more part of the show. The wheelchair, that is.
Couldn't hurt.
So
And then the guy.
It couldn't hurt.
Yeah. Wheelchair
Hello.
show.
I don't know if he still listens, but he used to listen. He's Granny Loves A.
So anyway, so
And then
it's
Little-
just like 4 or 5 dudes get together, Zoom each other all in on a Friday night, and they disguise it as a podcast.
That's what it looks like.
I mean,
Ha 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 ha. What is this guy's last name? Gillespie too? Jesus. Holy shit. I haven't seen somebody fake laugh like that since Felicia.
Now, are you guys anti Felicia?
I don't know.
I'm not anti Felicia at all. Well,
yeah.
listen, I think objectively, I think she's an excellent fit for the show. She's one of the more interesting people that Kevin's had on. She's
Right.
she's a decent yes man for Kevin. She brings a little bit of drama to the table. She starts a little heat with Ray DeVito. She's kind of everything that Kevin wants wrapped up into a little bow.
What she
And
is
it's kind of cool that she's female, so
right. I mean, I think what she's really good at, honestly, and this is a big compliment, is knowing when to step in and when to not. Which is tough. I mean, I'm not good at that. It's a tough thing on a podcast where you're like, oh, I want to jump in every second. And it's like she's good at laying back in the cut and waiting for her moments. But
Yeah,
I don't
think she fits in well too, especially considering how fat she is. Go ahead, Liam.
Well then Quad, if you like her, why'd you have her abuser on to gaslight her?
Because I like him too.
Okay, fair enough.
To be honest with you, there's like 3 people in this entire Dabbleverse that I can't stand. But other than that, I'm fairly
The black
open to
one.
all of them. Now, come on, Miss Producer. Come on. Jeez.
No, this Dabbleverse is pretty racist. So there are no
Yeah.
black people hosting.
There's 4 of them. I can name them. Yeah, there's not enough to fit on one hand, but close.
Right,
Close.
right.
One more and we got it. Unless we could count Kenyatta. If we can add him into the list, then we got 5. There you go.
Now, are you going to have him on your show once the trial's over?
I mean, he's backstage right now, just waiting for the trial to end, just so we can bring him on and talk about it. So we're waiting breathlessly, daily, just waiting for for all the news that we can get out of Kenyatta. He's just sitting back there with his nunchucks, dressed up like a ninja, ready to go.
Do you think that was a good idea to have Kenyatta on a rock bottom?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, right. You're a Ray Ball watcher too. I forgot.
Well, I absolutely, I think that guy has as much right to speak. And all the reasons everyone had for him not going on are bullshit. If you ask me, I can argue this point to the grave, which is that if the news can interview someone that's under like in a criminal investigation or a situation, as Kevin might have put it, then anybody can have someone on to ask them a couple fucking questions. And me and Ray don't have any love lost for Stevie Lou. So therefore, it made that whole thing easy to choose, if you ask me.
See, that's the weirdest thing to me. Is I've been looking at all those Clipper channels. Anything to not study for my finals, I've been doing. And Stevie Lou and Ray were good friends for a very long time.
100%.
And then that turned on a dime, right? And now they hate each other.
Well, I can tell you where it turned on a dime the second that Ray stopped going on MLC, and Stevie Lou is now Kevin's right-hand man. Just like when Stevie Lou decided he couldn't go on a Stuttering John show anymore because he's Kevin's right-hand man. It's almost like the guy totally changed for loyalty for Kevin Brennan only.
No. I used to watch.
But go ahead.
I used to watch the MLC was my Saturday night thing when Stevie Lou and Pat were regulars, because I would just sit there and do my work for 5 hours and listen to them. Ray and Stevie started fighting on MLC, and I know that because Ray started going after Stevie's wife and his divorce, and I was like, well, you can't do that. Like, that's not right.
Okay, I mean that is a fair point, but I would say that those guys have been going back and forth for years. So
I need a girlfriend stat. I just realized, holy shit, I know a lot about this situation.
Yeah, for your Saturday night plans. Exactly.
Oh my god, I need to lose weight and get laid fast.
Nah. YouTube's a good fill-in for a girlfriend. It works.
This Dabbleverse is just angry white guy hormone energy.
Somewhat, yes.
Okay, I'm sorry I interrupted, but I really wanted to make that point that, like, the bad blood between them started months before Ray got fired from MLC.
Yeah, but I don't think any of that stuff was unforgivable. And Stevie Lou, whatever. I mean, we can argue the semantics of exactly how it went down, but all that shit about Stevie Lou was already out there, mostly by Stevie Lou himself, who brought up his wife and brought her into this whole thing. But
right,
so like it started becoming fair game, and it's almost like if you're going to argue with people on a podcast and then you start saying some personal things, almost like you're in a roast. That is kind of what Kevin wants on his show. So, like, Ray was just doing what you would think Kevin would want while they were still buddies at the time. So, whatever. Stevie Lou should have just forgave him and moved on to the next argument. But if you look at every relationship Stevie Lou has had since all this stuff started happening, you will see that he is pretty much sitting there without friends now. And there's a reason for it. Mostly of his own making. And you didn't seem like you were digging him too much there at the end with Rock Bottom Podcast when he was coming after me, he was coming after you, he's coming after Ray. Obviously, we all took him on that one night, but
well, look, it was my fault because I went on Ray's show and started talking shit because he had said he was going to come down and stand in front of the door at the stand and we'll see what happens. And I just don't think that, like, physical violence is the way, or even threatening physical violence is the way to, like, solve shit in a comedy situation. It's just all this shit is comedy, right? And those guys are both comedians. And, it's like, as a friend once told me a very long time ago, the first person who throws a punch in comedy is wrong. Period. End of sentence. As we saw with the fucking Oscars and Chris Rock and Will Smith.
So, I mean, what do you think about Kevin Brennan and, like, saying, "Oh, I'll pay Stevie Lou to go down there and watch the show"? Like, do you see that as this? I know, but do you still see it like in the same thing? Like, oh, I'm threatening. You kind of half-ass threatening violence. Like, someone's going to show up to your gig and mess with you, and yeah, that's how it's going to go.
Here's the thing: if I thought Kevin was in any way serious about that, I would agree with you. But I watched that. I watched that live. It made me laugh my ass off because Stevie Lou wasn't going to go. Kevin was like, I'm paying for Stevie Lou and his wife to have front row seats. And I'm going to go and sit in the front row. and stare.
I mean,
at
it's
Ray.
so is what Ray said about knowing that about how you look at podcasts. Isn't it the same thing about Ray joking about Stevie Lou's wife or any of these other situations that you can think of? Like, obviously, like Ray coming in and yelling at Felicia yesterday. That's all for the podcast, isn't it? Isn't that all hyped up? He's calling her fat. Does he actually think she's fat? Probably not. Does he say it on a podcast because he knows it annoys the fuck out of her or any other woman? Yes. You know what I'm saying? Like, are we serious about podcasts or are we not serious about podcasts? I guess that's what it comes down.
I think Ray was doing that because it was a smokescreen for not talking about the actual things he said that Felicia was mad about. I didn't see Felicia being mad because Ray called her fat. I saw her being mad because he was talking about her situation with Pat. And Ray is someone who was not involved, didn't know, was not there, and was kind of like putting himself in the middle. And I think from what I could see, that seemed to be what she was actually mad about.
That's a pattern with Ray, like the whole trying to get Kate Meany on the show after her back and forth with Stuttering John and all that. Like, shut the fuck up, Ray. This doesn't concern you. Fuck off.
Yeah, so I mean that's what I think. I think that like it's easier to call her fat and then start a fight about that, and then double down on it when the topic is changed, than it is to say like, here's why I said this about Felicia and Pat, and Felicia's accusation that Pat hit her. Because that's a heavy accusation.
It's a heavy accusation to throw out without having any proof, which is another reason. Like, if you're, again, I'll say it once, I've said it again, I've said it 100 times. If you are abused by your partner, man or woman, you need to report that shit so there is a record of it, because they will deny it. And you will have no proof. So the fact that she doesn't have any proof is essentially it didn't fucking happen, and you can't prove a negative. Prove that
I did hear, I caught her saying something different yesterday than she had said before, which is when we were listening to her on Keith and the Girl, she said that he hit her in the back of the head in bed. And then I did hear her say she was on the ground and took a shot to the back of the head. And someone said, well, how did they hit you in the back of the head? And she said she turned as he was swinging from on the ground. So I have heard her give two different scenarios. In bed sounds a whole lot different than he like wrestled me to the ground and hit me in the back of the head. And then when someone was like, well, that doesn't make, obviously someone caught that. They're like, wait, if he wrestled you to the ground, then he probably would have ended up punching you in the face. The turning of the head makes sense, but you could think of that shit on the fly. So I'm not saying I don't believe her. I'm just saying like I've noticed a difference in one story one day to the next. And usually when you get hit, you remember it point for point. You're not going to misremember one iota, one little detail.
Well, here's what I'm going to say. I wasn't there. I have not talked to Pat in person in 12 years. The last time I talked to him, he was before he got married to Mandy, which was a very long time ago. I don't know any of the particulars of their situation, and I don't feel comfortable commenting on that situation other than in the general, like, this is why Felicia was clearly mad at Ray, which I was there for because I was watching it live like you guys were, right? So, like, to put myself in the middle of that and start talking about Pat's alleged history with women or whether or not I believe in Felicia, that's, to me, not appropriate. And so I say all that just to say, Ray put his foot in a hornet's nest, and it was easier for him to like come in and say that she was fat than it was for him to come in and say like, hey, maybe I have once again talked about Pat's history with women, which is something that maybe, considering I'm going to be seeing him in person in 3 weeks, I might not want to do.
Yeah, and I get your point on that, man, 100%.
And just to your point,
but he did try to jump out of the topic that was at hand. So, and
right.
whatever,
Once you're a man who
sheesh.
says, I don't believe a woman when she says she's been abused, you lose just automatically. Like, you don't go there because there's just no way you as a third party are ever going to win.
Do you know Frankie McDonald, Liam?
Yes, because I was talking about someone. Hey, what's up, Frankie?
I was down Charlotte Street earlier. I sent you guys a video of me on Charlotte Street.
Awesome. We'll check it out here in a.
I just sent it to your Twitter chat.
Frankie, where are
Okay,
you? You
well,
look
I'll
like you're in
pull
a
it up.
restaurant.
At the Steel City sitting on.
Is that a bar?
Yes, yeah, that's where he's always singing karaoke on Wednesday evenings. He will probably be. Frankie, will you be performing We Didn't Start the Fire tonight?
That means that did you hear what this? Then I sent you a video of me on Charlotte Street.
Awesome.
Cheryl?
Yeah, we'll check it out.
Is Cheryl Streep
Frankie, are
related
you
to
stealing
Mel?
Wi-Fi tonight? Yeah, he can't hear us.
Oh, he's muted. Frankie, you're muted.
Yeah, he knows. He's muting
That
himself.
video of me on Charlotte Street in Sydney, Nova Scotia.
Nice, Frankie. Thank you, buddy. And there he goes.
Say, are you like 10-10 wins? That's your correspondent?
Yeah, he's our weatherman on not on location typically, unless it's the weather from Sydney, Nova Scotia. But other than that, he does give good advice, like be prepared for anything. Get your Pepsi and Coke, get your Chinese food, buckle down because we have a storm of brewing, and just like we do on BYB Podcast. All right, so back to the matter at hand. But before we do that, I would like to say, if you want to find Liam, go ahead and check him out. Here's all his links. Make sure you check him out. He's got a lot of stuff going on. You're probably going to have a lot more going on now that you're done with finals and moving into the summertime. Huh? Are you doing summer?
I'm doing stand-up this summer. I'm doing some writing. I'm going to go out of town for a while. Nothing really like crazy exciting, unfortunately. But can I also just put in a plug? I sell designs on shirts at hacktester.org. And, school's expensive. So I owe my school $1,800. So I'm trying to earn it every way but selling my ass on the street.
Hell yes. All right. So hacktester.org.
Yes, sir.
Hacktester.org. So check that out, folks, too.
Correct.
I can add it to this thing. We can bring it up back in a minute. But yeah, there's all his links. Check them out.
Dude,
and of course,
you guys keep saying John's coming for me, but I'm telling you, he's going to be so drunk by the time he gets off his stream, he's never coming. I'm sorry to interrupt the plugs, but I just wanted to make that point.
No, you're good.
He's going to bitch about me
I'm
behind my back for 3 weeks and then get bored.
Yeah, he's still live over there. Indeed. But yeah, everybody go ahead and hit the like button, smash the subscribe, and of course, turn on the notifications for this channel because that just helps us get into the algorithm. So do that. Absolutely. Back to the matter at hand. Of course, here we go. So this is Bubba the Love Sponge breaking down our Tuttle disaster from last Friday.
I mean, is that where we're at? Is that where we're at? I think. Is there a lot of this going on in life? I mean,
Yes.
Is there any guys that are watching the ball game and having a girl give them oral or anything like that? You know,
I don't think that's happening, Bubba.
Well, the one in the right is Little Lemmy. She is
up here.
yeah, that's a Little Lemmy.
That's a woman.
Yes.
Okay.
They're both in Florida. She's
People can judge for themselves.
Allegedly.
And what a woman.
Yeah, Lemmy, she's a woman, allegedly. Lucy Tybox, allegedly.
Man, but like I definitely intend to at least, never mind, whatever. Yeah, I guess I can admit it.
Can I? So
Was that his real voice?
Yeah.
Oh
So
my God.
I guess these guys have been going on just about some just stupid nonsense, sensical, like just stupid nonsense, like right.
That does sound like BYB Podcast. So Definitely, folks. Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 o'clock Eastern. You can check out some nonsense. Absolutely. He's correct.
And the guy finally spins himself out, Lummy. And I think, let me replay this one more time. He's like, blah, blah, blah.
You gotta love Tuttle's voice, though. I don't think I'd listened back to it. And then when Bubba played that, it was like, you just gotta say something. That's so fucking good. That's classic.
Okay. I can't really. Let me see. I get a 39 or 38.59. Here we go. So this guy spins himself out. He's like, okay, I ain't got nothing. Like he can't even formulate a sentence that would be great content. He just spins himself out. And then Tuttle steps in and says, I can't take this anymore. This is the worst podcast I've ever been a part of, other than the one that I did with Colton a few weeks ago.
See, he gets the spank on the butt too. Colton's the other guy's name. Tuttle does the show with Lemmy. Colton and Tuttle.
Yes, it's called The Stoner and the Loner.
Stoner and the Loner. Okay, I did see that.
But
congrats.
Never mind.
Did you say something, Liam?
I was going to say congrats, guys, on getting a shout out on Bubba's show.
Yeah, we actually were on we got a shout out on one of the ancillary shows too, the Clem and Kush show, where Bubba and Seth do their own little thing behind their little paywall for their podcast.
Yeah, we'll probably break that down on Friday. So if everybody come back Friday, we'll look a little more in depth on what those guys had to say, which sounds interesting.
Whatever. Yeah, I guess I can.
I gotta step in here. Stop being a pussy, please.
Okay.
I mean, you guys. This sounds like a fun
Okay, I had to dump it out.
episode of the goddamn motherfucking View right now. Like I have never been as uncomfortable as I am right now in my whole
with
entire
your sexuality.
life. Well, no, not that. It's just this is just.
He just talks about how horrible. And this, by the way, Lummy, Tuttle's right. This is horrible. Like they're talking about nothing.
Are we fully going to unpack that on Clement Kush, Bubba?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think we need to fully unpack that on Clement Kush, why I don't have language constraints.
I give props.
So, I mean, that must have been. So, Bubba actually might have sat down and watched like the entire first half hour of this. It kind of appears that way, which is fucking amazing, I think.
Well,
Go ahead, Lee.
Why do you call it? Here's the thing. There's a lot of things to say about that episode, but why do you call it an episode of The View? Because I didn't feel like you guys were like talking about issues or anything like that.
We were talking about a fucking relationship between two incredibly irrelevant people. Like, I'm going to be perfectly honest with you. I love this show. I love being on this show. Right. I fucking hated that night. I felt like I was in the worst, sitting at the worst lunchroom table with like I fucking hated it. I felt like I was in middle school. It made me lose a lot of respect for Pat Dixon, to be perfectly honest with you. Because I don't give a shit. Right. I don't give a shit about your stupid relationship with some nobody.
Right. You're getting called out here, though. The View talks about actual issues. What?
Well, they do. I didn't say they do it intelligently, but The View is a lot of fun to watch. I got to say, The View is.
I think he's just trying. So Bubba's just trying to say we're just a bunch of yentas blabbering about relationship crap. So maybe that's what he's trying to say.
That is, I mean, unfortunately, that's also 90% of the Dabbleverse is like talking about incredibly irrelevant people who nobody outside of like 2,500 fans knows about.
And if they have like snot running out of their nose and like zoom in on if they slobber a little bit or like that's the point we're at, where we zoom in on people's faces and comment or like if you're steel toe, if you got limp wrists all the time.
I got to be 100% honest. It's a terrible thing to say, but if you see me stop doing these shows all of a sudden, it's because something's happening in my career and I can't be involved in this anymore.
That's fair.
So you mean when you have something better to do, you'll be gone? Is that what you're trying to say?
It's not just that. It's like a lot of shit gets talked on these shows, and the minute that I have like a career going, I can't be on these shows anymore.
The HR department will call you in and say, so what's this clip we saw from this show?
It's worse than that. Someone will go on Twitter.
Piazza Newport?
Someone will go on Twitter and say, look at Liam. He's making fun of a guy in a wheelchair saying he can't move his arms. And it's like, yeah, I apologized immediately because it's a terrible thing to do. But it'll be taken out of context. It's like,
it's
my God.
Man, because I've wanted to do that on every.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, if Kevin and Ray didn't immediately put their shows behind paywalls, I would never do them. Period. End of sentence.
Yeah, fair point. Patreon's a
good podcast I've ever been on. So, just as a guest, not the ones that are actually for here.
I'm on.
Thanks for clarifying that.
Sorry.
I'm on Roger Stone's podcast. I think tomorrow, Lummy.
Oh, nice.
At 11 to 12. No, I'm sorry, 11 to 11:30.
Nice.
Tomorrow.
Is he having you on to interview you or to talk about
enough
something?
About our bullshit and what timing is this? So yeah, thanks for the shout out, Bubba Army. But now it's time for the featured presentation. Welcome to the show, the Duke of the Dabbleverse. Pew, 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 pew. Welcome, sir. How are you doing, John?
I'm good, Quad. I just wanted to address this fat fuck in the right top corner there.
What's up, John?
Fuck off, you dickhead.
How you doing tonight?
Yeah. Okay, fatso. Have another fucking hero. First of all,
have another 20 beers.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, at least I'll drink 20 beers, but I'll fucking work out the next day.
No, you won't.
Fucking
dude, you look bad. I mean, you look half dead.
I look bad.
At least I look healthy fat. You look
you're healthy fat.
Dead fat.
What?
You're
What?
like fat,
Stop.
but like
What?
you're like
what? There's a healthy fat. Wait. Breaking news. There's a healthy fat. He's a healthy fat.
Healthier than you.
Hey, Doc, I'm 300 pounds, but I'm a healthy fat. I'm a healthy fat. I'm a healthy fat. Oh, I didn't know it was a healthy fat. Oh,
turning red. Your heart literally can't afford it.
Fine. You fucking
You've done
hack.
so many whippets and coke, you're gonna drop dead.
Oh, whippet. Oh, now we're on whippets.
And cocaine.
In 30 years.
Things you've done.
I haven't done a whippet, but now we're on whippets now. Okay.
30 years. You have when's the last time you did cocaine, John?
I haven't done cocaine in a long time.
What, 5 years? 5 days? What's a long time?
When's the last time you had a fucking whole pizza?
Last time I had a whole pizza?
Yeah.
No. It takes me a couple days to eat a whole pizza,
Oh,
John.
bullshit. You fat fuck.
First of all, I eat 2 pizzas and I eat half of each.
I'm just gonna
so
dress.
It's technically not a whole pizza.
Yeah. Okay. Look at this fat loser.
All right. We're all fat here.
All right. So John, let me ask you a question. Serious question.
No.
Before you start, serious
Oh,
question.
no. I'm making my opening
statement.
I'm making my opening statement. Then I'll answer your question.
Okay.
I'm making my opening statement. Stop interrupting me, you fat fuck.
Okay, Counselor,
and let me talk for a second.
I'm not interrupting. Go ahead.
So, Quad. Hi, Lemmy. Hi, Lemmy. You look great as usual. Now,
Lemmy, would you date Stuttering John? Be honest.
Here we go.
If you were single, would you date Stuttering John?
What? He's interrupting me again.
Yeah, let's do the one at a time thing. All right.
He's married.
You can let's go.
I'm muting myself. Go ahead, John.
No, I think you guys are adults. You can do it.
All right, Derek. Like I said on my show today, and thanks for coming on. And I told everybody to come over here just because I love you. Now, very simply, this fat fuck is on Brennan, and he claims 25 people were there. Now let's go over the facts, point after point.
This is going to be boring. But go ahead.
Here we go. See, he can't stop talking, just like he can't stop eating.
I'm trying to keep this entertaining.
If
you go point by point, it's going to be boring. So I have
like you know what's entertaining. What show have you written for, you fat fuck? Anyway,
I was on MLC. We did 4 hours because people couldn't stop super chatting. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay, great. I made more money than MLC today. Anyway,
I guarantee you did not.
How much you want to bet?
Did you get 129 super chats, John?
I had 160.
Whatever. You're right.
How much you want to bet? How much you want
I
to bet?
don't want to bet. I don't give a fuck.
In other words, you just lost.
You're
your
irrelevant.
What?
I don't care about you.
Quad, mute him. Mute him. He just lost.
Don't mute me.
He lost his allegation.
I'm pointing out Stuttering John is irrelevant.
What? I got 100
outside of the Dabbleverse cares about him anymore.
I mean, do you guys want to put money on it, or is this something that we're just going to move on?
I want to point out Jay Leno did not show up to the Tonight Show reunion.
Okay.
Jay Leno didn't show up to your reunion.
Let's do that. Do you guys want to make it better, or is that?
No, I'm going to mute myself. I just want to
mute him and let me state the facts. Let me state the facts. I mean the facts. So, very simple. And mute him, Quad. Do not allow him to talk until I finish. This will be in less than a minute. Very simple. Then he could have his fat fucking face talk all he wants.
All right, 1 minute. 1 minute for John, and then a minute.
Here we go.
For
I told you to mute him. Now, he said I only had 25 people there. I didn't go on stage till 9:30, 10 o'clock at night. People showed up at 6:30. There was 100 people there. He said there was 25. There was about 50 by the time I got on stage. Now, he also said I sang karaoke. Last I checked, if there's a live band, Lemon, I think you'd agree with me. There's a live band, and the band who I've jammed with before tells me to come sing a song. I wouldn't call that karaoke. That seems like something that's not karaoke. But this guy's supposed to be a professor at USC. Couldn't make it to the Ivy Leagues, but he's at USC, and he's saying that that's karaoke. Secondly, John's got to draw attention to himself. John's got to draw attention to him. I'm not the only one who fucking sang. There's a bunch of people who sang. But the only tape he sees is the tape he sees. So he only has this small vision of the party. Thirdly, fourthly, then this fat fuck goes on to say John had to make it about himself. I did not. And then I didn't have food. There wasn't enough food there. All of these allegations were all false. I spent
Minutes
over 5.
up.
No.
Minutes up, John.
Well, I'm going 2 minutes. You're used to doing more than you're supposed to. We see your fucking stomach and your fat face. Anyway,
You can't see my stomach. How dare you?
Yo, I can.
So we got small crowd, narcissism, the karaoke.
Okay, here's the thing.
Also, I called you a bad
Maybe
drunk.
let
Don't
him
forget
respond
that.
to those points, and then we'll get back to some more points. Maybe try to break it down piece by piece.
Godfather. Okay, let me finish. And then
I'm going to go on Point Dabble Point this week and talk about this.
Good. I don't give a fuck. You think I give a shit about these losers?
I would never do your show, John. Ever.
I would never want you to.
You can ask me all you want. You're going to ask me. You're going to ask me. I'm never going to do it.
I will never ask you to.
You know you want
You're
me on
a
your show.
bore.
You know this would be the most entertaining thing that's ever happened on your
Oh
show,
my
and I
God.
won't give it to you.
Quad, put him on mute for a second. This guy is the most delusional. He thinks that anyone cares about Liam McEneaney. No one's ever heard of his name. No one knows who he is. He's never achieved the amount of success I have. Anyway,
right.
Quad.
I'm gonna have to.
So, I've never been as big a
do
has
a couple more points, and then I'm gonna have to.
Hey, rather be a has been than a never was. I'd rather be a has been than a never was. What have you ever accomplished?
What have you ever accomplished?
What have you ever accomplished, Liam?
I'll tell you what I've
accomplished.
I'll tell you what I've accomplished, John. I've accomplished living in a nice big apartment without cockroaches.
Oh, good. You have an apartment. I have a nice big house. And I have way more money than you, and I have way more credits than you.
I have furniture, John.
Yeah. Oh, so do I, dickhead. Guess you haven't been paying attention.
Let's see your furniture, John.
I'm in an apartment now. Dickhead.
Yeah. So take down your green screen, John. Let's see your apartment.
What?
People have seen my apartment.
You got furniture?
Yeah.
I'm sitting in my only chair.
What am I sitting on?
Let's see your. Take down the green screen. Take down the green screen. Let's see your apartment.
You want to watch my TV?
Take down the green screen.
You want to look at my bed?
Pick up your computer and give us a tour of your apartment. That's all I'm saying.
No, you give me. I'll tell you what, fat fuck.
No, I'm saying you're saying you have a nice apartment.
Pan the camera down.
Let's see it.
Pan the camera down. Pan the camera down and show your fucking fat stomach. Why you do that?
Well, first let's see your apartment, then I'll show you my fat
first
stomach.
let's see your fat fucking gut.
I'm not ashamed of my fat stomach. You're ashamed of your shitty little apartment.
You can't control your fucking appetite. You little child.
You can't control your drinking, John. It's
you never learned how to fucking diet. You never learned how to eat healthy. And you're a fat fuck. and you sit there. I can't believe that you.
Oh my God, you're such a bad drunk, John, and probably
I'm a bad drunk
too, right?
Okay, yeah, I'm drunk. Quad
and a pillhead.
Oh, and I'm a pillhead. Okay, great.
You are, of course. We know you're a pillhead, John.
What,
it's a matter of
what kind of pills is he on?
Yeah, please.
He's talked about it on his podcast before.
Oh, okay. You mean the atorvastatin? Oh, I got
No. That's not what we're talking about, John, and you know it. You take pills which, when combined with heavy drinking, will make your liver fall out of your asshole one day.
There's my atorvastatin.
So let's see your apartment. We were back to you have this great apartment.
Here's my.
You're going to take your green screen down and show off.
Yeah, baby.
Let's see your bed. By the way, if your bed and your TV, can you mute it for a second, Quad?
Here's my fluvoxamine. Hey,
Quad, mute it for a second. I need to.
Here's my fluvoxamine.
I need to make a point. If this guy sounds like you have a shitty studio with your bed and your TV right next to where you're sitting, that's depressing.
It's not right next to me. It's across from me.
Well, let's see it. Pick up your computer and show us.
Yeah.
I know you have a MacBook Pro because you complained about having to pay for it.
I'm not your bitch, you fat fuck. And isn't it funny, Liam?
You're the world's bitch, John.
Quad, isn't this
Howard Stern doesn't even think it's worth talking about you, John.
Quad, isn't it funny that all this guy can do is like he's afraid to face me with real points?
I'm not afraid to face you. I'm here right now.
He keeps talking over me.
I'm here right now, John.
I mean, which points did you want to talk about? The points about what happened last night, or just in general?
No, he's going to interrupt me the whole time. If he's going to interrupt me the whole time,
you're a drunken bore.
Why am I here?
Drunken bore. You're boring.
Yeah. Okay, that's 3 times now. Why are we going to?
It's 5th time actually.
If I can't actually,
maybe Liam should respond to the stuff about last night. Maybe like where do you get the numbers for why do you think no one came? What do you like all the facts that you were talking about? Why don't we go back to that, Liam?
Okay.
Like maybe respond to that stuff.
All right, Quad. First of all, sorry for interrupting you on your show. I apologize. Secondly,
no worries. That's what we're here for.
I watched a clip of this guy, Dave Sarris, put up a 12-minute video. Admittedly, he chopped it up and put things in without context, right? So obviously that's a matter of fact. But he took one shot from the bar of a mostly empty communal area with like a group of people crowded around the stage. I don't know if it was 25. It might have been 40. I wasn't counting, but it was a small crowd.
Thank you, Liam.
Hundreds of people worked at the Tonight Show, John.
Okay.
I mean, that's a fact. Like 200 people worked on an average night.
He doesn't want to hear the answer to this, does he?
I'm listening. I'm just finishing my sentence.
You can't stop talking like you can't stop eating. First of all, Derek.
Like you can't stop drinking.
Derek, the truth is, the party started at 6:30. People have to work. By 8:30, about 75 people started to leave because they had to go to work the next day. By the time I got on stage, the only clip he has saw was at 9:30, 10 o'clock. There were still 40 people, as he just acknowledged, 40 people still hanging out. So from 6:30 to 8:30, we had 100 people. I had the book of all addresses, all the names. But he's going to say 25 people. You were wrong. You lied. Apologize. Retract the statement.
I'm never going to apologize.
You won't, because you're a narcissist. You're a narcissist. You can never admit when you are wrong.
I am
narcissists never admit when they are wrong.
Absolutely, I'm a narcissist.
You can't. You are classic narcissist.
Is it narcissism if I'm amazing? All right, first of all,
why don't you say that you were wrong? Why don't you say, oh, you know what? I didn't realize the party started at 6:30 when it was daylight, and now it's at 9:30, 10, and John goes on the stage, and there was only 40 people. So obviously people have left. Why not admit it?
Because the first clip I saw of an empty bar was during daylight, which cannot have been at 9:30.
Liam, can I ask a question?
It was during daylight, John. You can't lie to me about it because I saw it with my own eyes.
Liam, can I ask a question?
You are so mad at this Dave Sarra. Okay, let me ask you a question, John. Let me ask you a question. I'm asking you a follow-up question, John.
You're not
Here's
answering.
the question. Why would you post publicly about an event you're throwing and then get mad when one of your trolls shows up?
Okay. Now, can I answer something, Derek? Derek,
are you going to answer my question or are you going to answer a question nobody asked?
He's not going to let me talk.
Don't threaten, John. You're never going to leave.
Derek, I'm out.
John,
He will not let me finish the thought.
John, can you answer his question and then ask his question?
Yes. Okay. What Derek does, what Liam doesn't know. Of course he doesn't know because he's fucking obviously wasn't there. There's an inside bar. There was a lot of people inside because a lot of people don't like to hear loud music because they wanted to rekindle with all their old friends. So inside the bar, like I told you on my show today, there was about 40, 50 people inside. He only saw outside. So then again, he loses. He makes an allegation without knowing there was an outside and there was an inside. He only saw the outside.
He had a
okay.
Yeah, now
Okay,
he
John.
had he had a question for you.
Wait. I just
ahead,
want to
Luke.
respond to that. I live a 20-minute drive away from Sagebrush, so I actually know the bar. Second of all, why
Or
would
an
you
18-hour walk.
Why would you post about an event publicly, knowing you have trolls,
I'll
and
answer.
then get mad when the trolls actually show up? Which, by the way, I didn't.
Derek, now can I answer? Can you mute him? Because he's going to interrupt me.
I'm listening.
No, you'll interrupt me.
I'm listening.
Derek, okay, I'm gonna say my statement now. If he interrupts me, I'm out. Okay, I'm out because I can't have.
Maybe I'll have to mute you both when it comes time to respond to anything.
Can't have it if you don't mute him. I can't have an intelligent conversation. Okay,
He's muted right now.
Okay, why did I post it publicly? Very good question. Sounds logical. Very good question. Derek, Lemmy, The Tonight Show, many of the people that work there are my Facebook friends. I had no choice but to let all of my Tonight Show people know about the event. Now, I certainly assumed there might be trolls, but I did not assume that your friend, Quad, a guy that you told me to say hi to, and that he's talking, he's trying to still talk, that you told me was a good guy. I did not think he, after your recommendation, that he was going to fuck me over. So therein lies my reasoning for my anger, because he came to me, as this fat fuck doesn't know, and said hi to me, said I'm a big fan, everything, and then proceeded to be an asshole. Now, if it was just
backstabbed me, he backstabbed you. That is all very true, Liam.
He fucked you over too, Quad. So
yeah, he made me look bad. I did say my buddy Dave.
I knew, and by the way, just so these assholes know, they said there was no cop there. There was a cop there. The only problem is you told me he was your friend. If I would have known that he was going to be an asshole, he would have been removed. And the only reason he wasn't was because of your recommendation. And that is why he was not removed. And as far as his drunk, now, Quad, lastly, because he made the allegation about me being drunk. Let me tell you something. I didn't have that many beers. I never used the bathroom. Lemmy, you drink, right?
No.
Okay. Do you drink water?
Yes.
Okay.
I drink on occasion. I'll get a little loose, like maybe.
Okay.
So what do we?
I can count on one hand the times I get drunk
holding
in a
your pee.
year, maybe two.
My whole thing is from the 6:15 when I got there till 10:15 when I left. I did not pee once. So he makes the allegation I was drinking so much. If I was that full of beer, Quad, you know this, I would have been pissing like crazy. Yet I did not. Therefore, I was not drunk. He is lying. I was not drunk. Thank you.
All right, let's let him respond now. Go ahead, Liam.
First of all, this is as boring as everything else Stuttering John does.
Is that why everyone watches me every day?
200 people watch you every day, John.
Oh, really? I had Quad. How many people do we have in the room today?
I didn't actually even look, tell you the truth, but
Quad, don't be.
I think it was 3
over 900.
Okay,
wow.
so 900
and 160 super chats.
All right, I'm gonna leave if I'm not allowed to talk uninterrupted.
Good.
Fair, John. Is that fair?
Because it must be dinner
I'm gonna
time at your house.
leave.
Every
I'm gonna leave the most boring conversation I've had all day, and I talked to
no,
someone-
no. The most boring one was you with Brennan lying about me.
Right. Okay, that's why
You
you're
are
on here yelling.
talented hack.
It was
Are you
so
in the
boring.
WGA? Are you in the WGA?
I was so boring that you had to
Are you
yell on
in
your
the
show
WGA?
and now yell over me.
Are
on
you in the
Quad
What
Show.
is the WGA? What's
It's
the
Writers
WGA?
Guild.
Are you in
Guild?
it? Are you in
The
it?
Writers Guild. When John was bumped from announcer to
we
writer
go.
on the Tonight Show,
Are you
he was
in
put into the WGA.
WGA? Are you in it?
None of your business, John.
You're not.
Okay.
That's because you can't write for any
No, it's
show.
because I don't want you knowing anything about my life because I
I
don't
already
find you-
know everything about your life.
You know nothing about me, John.
Oh yeah, you have
Yeah.
no idea about my trolls, and you have no idea. Now
Your
my trolls.
your trolls lie to you and fuck with you, John, all
Oh
day,
yeah,
every day.
wait,
Yeah.
wait for it, Liam. Wait, for
John, you threaten people all the time, and you
Yeah. What am I threatening? I'm not
You
threatening you
don't-
with violence.
you don't do
Wait
shit 'cause
for
you
it.
ain't about
I know
shit,
everything
John.
about you.
John,
He was a
you are-
quarterfinalist. Quad, you and I read his fucking resume today. Quarterfinalist for the screenwriting con. Quarterfinalist.
All right. So Quad, mute him
You
for a
brag
second. so I
about
can actually
you
explain
brag
to this-
about being a quarterfinalist.
This WGA member.
All right, let him respond for a second, John. I won't.
The
mute
reason
you,
it's
but,
on my resume
you can hold
is
on.
the Academy Nickel, which I was a quarterfinalist in.
Quarterfinalist?
Is run by the people who give the
Isn't
Academy
that called
Awards.
a loser?
It's
Is that-
actually
is that a
being-
participation trophy?
It's actually very prestigious. But of course, you being a WGA member wouldn't know about that. You don't know anything about the writing world beyond the fact that you had a job where Jay Leno felt sad for you because you got fired from a job because you are no good at it. You're not an interesting on-screen presence, on-screen presence.
Right.
You're
Right.
boring. Your podcast is sad. It's a bunch of people laughing at you while you fall apart at the seams. It's true. I'm just telling you the truth, John. Here's the thing. I don't watch Uncle Rico or any of those shows because I feel bad for you. I genuinely feel sorry for you. Yeah, it's true.
Thank you. I need your sympathy, you fat fuck. When I
I
look
don't
at
give
your
a fuck
fat
if you
fucking
what you
face,
feel, John.
I feel bad for you. Why don't
To
you
me-
ever go on a diet? Why not try lose weight?
To me,
Why
you're
not
like
try
any
and
of the other
suck
sad drunks I
a
grew up around in
fucking
Queens.
Loser that
You
you
are a
gotta
barfly,
eat
John.
food like crazy.
You are a
Get
you're a
over
sad
your
barfly.
abused childhood. You were abused as a kid.
Look at that. You
There
made the
you go.
same as KB.
There you go, dickhead. Look who won. Go ahead. Say
KB
you were
got
wrong.
paid more per capita than you did.
Say you
John.
were wrong.
So
Admit you were wrong.
No, I'm never going to admit anything to you, John.
Exactly, because
Nope.
you're a narcissist. You
I'm a
can't
narcissist.
admit
You're
when
right.
you're wrong. There you
And
have
you're-
it.
And you're a bad
Derek,
drunk whose
Derek,
family
do this
doesn't
for a
love
second,
you.
please. I gotta just take
My
my
family
victory
is in
lap.
my life and loves me,
I
John.
gotta
That's
take
the
my
difference
victory
between
lap,
us.
Derek. Derek, I'm serious.
I'm going to
All
do a
right, he's
victory
gonna
lap
take
when
a
I don't
victory
drop
lap.
dead
We
at
gotta-
60.
Derek,
gotta-
I gotta take my victory
We
lap.
gotta pause it. Go ahead, do your victory lap.
Are you muting him?
Yeah, for a second.
He
You
claimed.
gotta
let
do
me-
it quick, though. You gotta do it quick.
He claimed that KB had more super chatters than me, and he claimed KB made more money than me. Now, John's neglected cat does all of the tabs. Who made
Yes.
more? Derek, who made more?
You made more by $10. It looks like.
Thank you. Did
John?
I pay anybody? Hold on.
No,
Did
you
I
did
pay
not pay
anybody?
me.
Can I
I
ask you a
Didn't
question?
pay me, and
It all goes in
Kevin
my
did pay. Probably, I would assume
It
Liam.
all
and,
goes in my pocket.
John,
what kind
do
of car do you drive, Liam?
John, can I ask you a question?
What kind of car do you drive, Liam?
Do you think Kevin will be at his son's wedding?
What kind of car do you drive?
Do you think Kevin will be at his son's wedding? Because you weren't at your son's wedding. We
Nobody
know that.
was. Nobody was.
Your daughter was homeless and she
yeah.
didn't have food to eat,
Now-
John.
More false allegations.
She
Love it.
said it in a publication, John.
Okay.
You're a failure as a man.
Yeah. Okay.
As
So,
a man, Kate.
So Derek, I'm going to answer these allegations.
No, you're not. You're gonna fucking just
food insecurity.
drunkenly ramble.
Those
Food
allegations.
insecurity,
Like
he doesn't
that's
know. He's so stupid.
Those
He's
things she
a
said
college
in an
professor.
article.
Doesn't understand two
I'm not a
things.
professor, John. You're such a wet brain. You
So
don't know
anyway,
what I am.
Derek,
I'm actually a student at a film school for real.
I gotta go.
I'm not lying about it.
I can't.
What's the difference
If you
between
don't
Let him
mute
answer.
this fat fuck,
Let John
I'm out.
answer.
He don't let me
John answer.
answers up. Derek, I'm telling you right now. I'm not mad at you. But if you don't let me answer his allegations, I'm out. I'm out.
So leave.
Yeah.
Who the fuck
answer
wants you
the
here, John?
food allegation thing first.
The
real
audience
quick.
does. The audience does because I bring people.
Because they get to pay to insult you all day.
Oh yeah, is John's neglected cat insulting me? I don't
That's an
think
insult.
so.
John's neglected cat is an insult, dude. You don't
Really?
get it? His name is
Well-
an insult to you.
Well, he just proved my point to prove you wrong.
Magneto died because you're a
fat
bad
fuck.
cat parent, John. We
Oh
all
yeah,
know
I'm
that.
a bad cat.
That's
Derek,
what the name is
Derek,
a joke
last-
on. John's
last
Who's
Derek.
Magneto? Wait. Who's
Last
Magneto?
chance.
The,
If you don't,
your
John's
cat?
dead
you don't
cat.
mute him now,
Well,
I'm gone.
John's neglected
he
cat.
can
He's
unmute
made a
him.
lot of
Here's the-
allegations. He's made a
He
lot
can
of allegations.
unmute himself. That's the problem with this, John. He
There
can
was-
unmute
There
himself.
There was
a lot-
cat shit all over your
Well,
floor,
then kick
John.
him
We
out
saw
for
the
a second.
pictures.
Let me answer the allegations. If you don't let me answer the allegations, I'm out. I'm serious. It isn't a fair fight. Let me answer.
You live in the ghetto, John.
Let me answer the multitude of allegations this fat fuck just made.
All
If
right,
you
let's
don't
hold
let
up
me
for a
do
minute,
that,
Liam. Thank you.
if you don't let me do that, I'm leaving. I told you I'm not going to come in here long. So, first he said she was homeless. Apparently, this guy is so stupid. My daughter was phi beta Kappa at UCSB, graduated 2 majors for English and environmental science. And she's on her way to a very prestigious school I'm not going to say where. Secondly, the only reason why she claims she had issues with homelessness has nothing to do with she lived close enough to stay with me or her mom. But when COVID happened, they kicked everybody out of the dorms. And now you had 10,000 students trying to find homes and places to stay. And she had fears that she couldn't find a place to stay. That's just what happened to all of the UCSB students.
That's
and
such bullshit.
Oh, yeah.
If she lived near you, why didn't she stay with you, John?
So again,
Why didn't she stay with you, John?
Okay. All right. I can't finish this. I can't finish the point. He is going to believe whatever he wants to believe. He's too stupid to learn. He's too stupid to admit when he's wrong. He will not answer a question. Kick him out for a second, Quad. For a second.
I had a case of course today.
Quad,
That's why I'm done.
take him out for a second, please. I want to finish my answer.
All right, let him finish his point.
This left hook. Not only can he stop eating, he can't stop talking. So that is why he faced fucking a homeless problem. Oh, she wants to drive 2.5 hours from Santa Barbara and back for school? No. So all these kids scrambled for housing.
John,
okay, and that's all documented. It has been reported 1 billion times. Secondly, he made the allegation about food insecurity. Obviously, he doesn't have any. But let me just say, the food insecurity was because if he knew, my daughter is a teacher and she was very into non-processed foods. And her food insecurity was not being fucking hungry, was about finding healthy foods. And her mission is to try and find healthy foods. And let me just add this before you let him talk again. My daughter was flown out to Florence, Italy for 10 days. No, I'm sorry, 2 weeks. Why? Because they wanted to teach her, they paid for everything, about the way they grow foods that are healthy and agriculturally sound. So my daughter, her food insecurity had nothing to do with being hungry. But this stupid fuck has no idea what food insecurity entails. So he takes these little points and he's too dumb to comprehend them, so he makes false allegations. Now you can unmute him. I don't care.
Okay, so I just
go
want
ahead
to
and respond to that, Liam.
All right, so this is ridiculous. I'm just going to say all the schools shut down during COVID, so all the students went home. They didn't stay on campus. They went back and lived with their parents or wherever they could.
Untrue. I can
very true.
prove that in a minute, Quad.
I was in college,
I can pull
John,
up
during
one article
COVID.
in a minute to disprove
John,
that.
I was in college during COVID, so I actually know what I'm talking about.
At USC.
So why didn't she stay with you, John?
Why did she stay with her mom?
Why didn't she stay with her mom? Why did she stay with you, John?
Because she wanted to be on campus.
But all the dorms were shut down because of the COVID situation.
Yes,
John.
so they all got housing. She rented a house with 5 other students, and then because she's a go-getter, like a father.
Well, your story is changing,
give up
John.
And leave like your fat fuck ass would do.
Your story keeps changing, John. So I'm very confused now.
No, it ain't. She had to find housing.
You said she stayed on campus, and now you're saying she got off-campus housing.
Look, not on the fucking campus, but in Santa Barbara.
Right. Because all the schools went to Zoom, so it would have been easier for her to stay with her parents than with 4 other students.
Okay. No, not all the schools went to Zoom. But
all the schools went to Zoom, especially the state schools, dude.
Okay, great. Okay,
state schools. I do know about this actually because I was in community college when COVID happened. I did all of community college on Zoom because they wouldn't let us. They wouldn't let us on campus.
Most of the students stayed in Santa Barbara. Look it up, dummy.
Right, because of course you can only Zoom from Santa Barbara.
In facts. You don't deal in facts.
I read the article where she said that where she said she had no food.
You don't deal in facts, you deal in fat.
I deal in what she was talking about. I can't wait till I get my bad Stuttering John nickname, like Thin Skinniger. All right, so John, that's the first thing. Secondly, and here's the most important thing, because we're getting off track, I feel. You are a drunken
Take off that
whore.
fucking hat. Take off that hat.
No. I don't think I'm going to do anything you want me to.
Yeah, I know.
Show us your.
And look at that. Hey, Quad. Look at that cherry sitting. It's got holes in it in the back. It's got fucking hairs in it.
That's your life, John. Show us your apartment.
I'll show you my house.
Show us your apartment that you're in right now.
Why?
Why? Why not? If you're so proud of your life. What's that?
I don't want to. I'm not your bitch. Tu eres mi pera. Tu eres mi pera.
Here's what I've done that you've never done, John. I'm 13 years sober.
Good for you. But
I've got the ability and the willpower.
When are you going to stop eating?
What?
When are you going to go on a diet?
When are you going to show us your apartment?
Are you allergic to that? How much do you weigh? How much do you weigh? Honestly.
John, you're fat too. So what are you talking about?
How much do you weigh?
John, you're a fat man. You're
a fat man with a beer belly. How much do you weigh?
You've got like organ failure, blood.
I weigh 183 pounds.
Who's got better comedy?
How much do you weigh, you fat fuck? Why don't you tell us? Why don't you tell us? I bet you're over 300. You're over 300.
You owe everything to
You're
Howard
over 300, and your fucking cholesterol is fucking through the roof.
Okay, yes, you're right. Now show us your apartment. You're 100% correct. I'm over 300. My cholesterol is through the roof.
I knew it.
My blood pressure's terrible. Now take down your green screen and show us your apartment.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, I know, because you're ashamed.
I'm not ashamed at all.
You're ashamed of everything.
Which one of you is a better comedian?
I'm not your bitch.
Let's go there. You guys aren't going to do anything. Either one of you guys is going to do anything either one of you asked to do as far as showing or talking.
So here's the thing, Quad. I called this before John came on. I'm going to reiterate it. This is boring. John's a boring person.
Oh, yeah.
He has 3 things to say.
What? How many people you have watching now?
270.
How much do you normally have?
Yeah, like 100 or a little more.
Thank you. I'm so boring that 170 more people came on to watch me. Not
actually,
you.
They were watching me, John.
Nobody.
You came on in the middle of the show.
Nobody is.
You came on in the middle of the show, John.
What? Can I ask a question? The last time I came on, when we had our big thing, was it the most watched show that you ever had?
The 2 most watched shows I've ever had were both involving Stuttering John. Indeed.
Thank you. But I'm a bore, right, Liam? So the proof's to be in the pudding. Apparently, people are entertained by me, but I don't see anybody entertained by your fat face.
You're like a circus geek. People love to pay money.
Whatever. I don't care if they laugh at me or with me, as long as they're paying me.
That's why you got mad when I was talking about on Kevin's show. Is you're
because
boring.
You lied.
You act like a buffoon. You act like a buffoon on your show.
I don't like liars.
You can't live.
I don't like
you literally can't afford to live, John,
putting
without this
falsehoods out there. I am not a fan of liars. Quad,
I'm not
you
a
have
fan
done
of
my
boring
show
drunks.
so many times. Have I ever lied on any of my shows with you?
You lie
Ever?
all the time, John.
Give me one. Give me one.
Documented.
I
You said
can't
your
think of
daughter
one.
wasn't. I got one. You said your daughter didn't suffer food insecurity.
It was food insecure, but not the way you think it is. You
Did
dumb.
you just mentally look at the ceiling to figure out what I just said?
No, I
You
mentally
just did
looked at
that.
the ceiling
Dude,
because I'm embarrassed
watched-
for you.
We watched you just
Why don't
do
you
that, John.
do me a favor, you fat fuck?
Food insecurity. Okay.
Google it.
No.
Google food insecurity and learn about it.
I
Learn about
have.
it so you know what an idiot you sound like.
I used to work with I used to work at food kitchens and shit.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
You know why,
Of
John?
course. I'm sure
John-
you ate the profits.
Nope. I'll tell you. Well, first of all, there's no profits at a food kitchen.
I know that,
Secondly,
you dumb fuck. But
you
you'll
know
eat
why,
anything.
John?
You'll
Because
do anything. You
I have-
fat fucking pile of
I have
pus.
the best life.
There's
I'm
your nickname,
so
Job of the
grateful.
Putz. There's his nickname, Quad. From now
Yeah,
on,
Job of the Putz.
Putz.
All right. Cool.
There's your new nickname.
Well,
Job of the Putz.
Dabbleverse has to. They have to adopt it.
Oh, they'll
first,
love it.
And then
Job of the Putz. There it is. Job of the Putz, you fat fucking waste of life.
Here's the difference between me and you, John.
The only reason why you're sober is you
you're
had to stop eating the bottles. It was cutting up your mouth.
Yeah. Okay. The difference between me and you is when this is over, I'm probably never going to think about you again, except for when I do all of your enemy shows.
I never even knew.
I'm
going to
do WAP. I'm going to
Go
do
on all of
Dabble
them.
Point.
Go on all of them.
Is Christian
Love
Ayer's
it.
show still on?
Love it.
Show.
Go on all of them.
I'm gonna do
Nobody
Brendan's show
cares.
I'm going to do Brendan's show on
Nobody
Monday.
cares. The
We're
only
gonna
show
watch
they give a
clips and
fuck
talk
about
you.
is
I'm gonna go on-
mine.
I'm going to go on Ray DeVito's show later and
Go ahead.
make fun of
Go
you.
on it.
And
Go
you're not
on
gonna be
it.
able to
Job of the
respond.
Putz and Rain
I'm
Man.
going to do
Go on
every show
Rain
but
Man
John's.
and Job of the Putz.
You know why, John? Because every show but
Yeah.
yours is more
Okay.
relevant in the Dabbleverse.
Doesn't matter.
It's more
I'm making
relevant to
way
make
more
fun
than
of you
you
than to
are.
watch you.
I'm making way more than you are.
Uh,
Way more.
Actually,
I
you're
do
not.
6 figures. How much you do a year? How much
You're
you
not
do?
making more than me.
I
It's-
do
it's-
6 figures. How much you do, dumb fuck? I do, Jabba, I do 6 figures a year. How much you do?
I'm not going to tell you.
Yeah, because you don't make nearly that.
You're right. I make 5 figures and I live in a fucking ghetto in Canoga Park.
Oh. I live in a ghetto in
That
Canoga
hurt, didn't
Park.
it? That really hurt.
No, not at all.
That
I'm
really
a smart
hurts.
man. I'm a smart man when it comes
Yeah.
to real estate. My fucking net worth will
Right.
fucking quadruple yours.
All the
You
smartest
fat
people in
bastard.
real estate live in a studio in the ghetto. I
Yes, they do.
apologize. You
Yes,
do.
they do. When
You live
need
down the
be.
street from a tire rental store, John.
And
How
Quad,
sad
by the
is
way,
that?
Quad, can I dispel a myth here? Canoga Park is not a ghetto. I live in a
no.
gated community.
I've
I
been
live in a
there.
gated community.
Yeah.
And-
just, if you have gates on your window, that's
Quad,
not a
can I
gated
just-
community. That's the
Quad,
ghetto.
Quad, can I also say
In the ghetto,
I haven't paid one dime of rent. You know why?
because you're a bum.
They gave you that apartment for part of your being a teacher, like that.
Nope. WGA. My pension pays for my rent plus some.
Oh my
I
God,
live
there's-
rent
John, you're
free
Section 8.
in California.
Oh, you have a Section 8 voucher, and there's no shame in that, John.
Oh yeah, okay.
There is
Well,
no
I said-
shame. There's no
Quad,
shame in living in
Quad, here's
Section
the
8
point.
housing, John.
Quad, here's the point. He can't beat me in a real debate. So he's gonna lie now, call me Section 8 housing, which is impossible. I make
It's
too
the
much money.
only way you could be living in Canoga Park for free, John.
Okay. No, because
The WGA doesn't have a voucher system for housing.
No, you idiot. What I make, I use for my rent in my
Yeah,
pension.
well, you don't live for free then.
Well, to me, it
You're
is
like the rest of the world.
found
You pay
money.
rent.
It's found money. Quad, if you got
Oh, I
a
see
check
what
every
you're
month,
saying.
Quad,
I
if
see
you
what
got
you're saying.
you got a check every month and it
John
covers
makes
your rent
$4 grand
plus
a
some,
year. John
don't you
makes
feel
$4
like
grand
you're
a
living
month.
for free?
No.
I do.
I get
I
what you're saying.
I do.
John, you
I
get
have a
$4 grand a
mortgage.
month in your pensions. That's a fact.
What?
You get $4 grand a month from your pensions. That's a fact. You drew too early.
No, I
If
didn't
you're,
do it.
if you're collecting union pensions,
Hey, dumb
you,
fuck.
You've been
Dumb
living
fuck.
on the.
I haven't even collected my SAG-AFTRA
You
one
drew-
yet, and that'll be much bigger. So you know nothing about me. Do you have a SAG-AFTRA pension?
I know that you don't pay.
Answer the fucking question. Do you have a SAG-AFTRA pension?
When was the last time you paid child support, John?
Do you?
You're such a failure as a man.
Just 5 days ago.
Would the courts finally come and start garnishing your wages?
Never been.
Is that why you work as a sub, John? Because your wages are being garnished?
Never been incarcerated. Never had my wages garnished.
No,
never
family court.
Bankruptcy. Dude, you're a loser.
They're not going to jail you. They're just going to
can't hold a candle to me. You will never, ever hold a candle to me because you don't have the talent and you never have the success that I have achieved. Nobody in the world knows who Liam McEneaney is. Nobody knows nobody knows who you are. You're a fat fuck who goes on Kevin Brennan's show when he's desperate because the guy on the spectrum couldn't make it. So he had a cancellation and he figured, I'll bring in another fat fuck. And there you showed up.
Well, you know all about me. So
is that true, Liam? Did he bring you in for being fat?
Yes. No, that's the only thing interesting about me. So here's my question, John. Does the IRS could you mute
You don't want me to answer it. You don't want me to answer
the
question.
For a second, Quad,
all you want to do is spew horse shit.
Don't be afraid of him.
Lies.
He'll still have you on.
John, let him ask one question. Let's see what he's got.
Does the family court and the IRS fight over your wages, John? Okay, let him answer.
Better not be a compound question.
No, I said, do the IRS and the family courts fight over your wages? Your $4,000 a month.
Never.
Is that why your mom bought you a house in Florida?
She did not. Another lie.
It's a matter of public record. She bought you a house in Florida.
No, she did not.
Where'd the money come from?
I sold my condo.
Tell the public and your ex-wife and your kids where the money is right now.
Where the money is?
Where's the money, John?
I put about.
What do you think? You Cuba Gooding Jr. or something?
Quad. First of all, I can show my bank account.
Show us your bank account, John. After you show us your apartment.
He's not gonna let me finish.
What do you mean, like show me and then I can tell everyone, like that kind of thing?
No.
That would be fair. Show Quad your bank account, and then he can tell us. I trust Quad.
Quad. I'm just, if you're not going to mute the guy, so
you've been threatening to leave for an hour, John.
I can't finish a fucking point. He asked a question, he makes an allegation, and you don't let me respond. I can't do the show then. I need a fucking platform to respond to false allegations. So he said I didn't buy my house. I had hundreds and hundreds of thousands in the bank. I put down my down payment on my house. My own. My mother didn't pay a cent. The only reason why she's on my fucking title is because her credit is over 800 or at 800, and I got a better rate from her than my 700. That's fraud. The only reason.
That's actually a federal crime, John.
No, she visits there. She goes there once a year. That's all you have to do.
Once a year, but her name's on the mortgage.
She only has to be there once a year.
So every year. If you are someone that John owes a lot of money to,
what? How many times
in his house?
What? How many times is this fat fuck gonna be wrong before you say to him, Quad?
I'm not talking to you, John. I'm talking to all the people you owe a lot of money to.
Quad, when are you gonna say to Liam? So far, John has disproved everything you've said, and you have not made.
Okay, here's what I'll say in defense is that you did indeed have an answer for every question that he's given you tonight. And it's hard for me to say, I don't have the facts, so I don't know the answers. I know. And you've given answers you have answered every question he's asked you tonight.
And by the way,
Quad, you're 100% right.
Quad, watch this.
Okay.
As soon as the interest rates come down.
I haven't told them my weight yet, so that's very fair. As soon
as the interest rates, we already know it's like 350. As soon as the interest rates come down, and I'm like, okay. I'm like, then I'll say, Mom, I'm gonna take you off this, and because I didn't, I don't need your credit anymore because my credit's almost at 700 now. As soon as it gets to 700, I'll take her off. But I'm gonna wait till the interest rates go down. Because that's the smart thing.
I would say skipping child support does not affect your credit
Never.
rating. I did not know that.
Never got incarcerated. Never had a problem. Quad, mute him for a second, and then just one more time. That's all I ask.
Just one more time. Come on. Get on it, Quad. Mute.
Okay. So Quad, here's the true fact. When my Tonight Show salary got cut pretty much in half, me and Susanna and my mediator talked. We talked and we agreed to go from, I don't know what it was, 5,000 to 3,500. And the problem is we had, at first she agreed to it, but then then she reneged on that agreement and then served me on what it would have been our fucking 17-year wedding anniversary. So what this idiot is commenting on is a one-sided argument that even Vince, the lawyer, was like, you can't comment on one side of an argument. And the only one they argue is my ex-wife's allegations. They never saw my response to the allegations, but this idiot, like most people, believe anything that's told to me. He's probably a fat earther.
Well, let's ask him.
He probably doesn't believe that we landed on the moon.
Dude, fat earther is the most unintentionally funny thing I've ever heard.
Have you seen John's side of that story, or have you considered it?
Yeah. Have you?
It makes a lot of sense.
Have you seen the other side of the dispute?
I've now heard both sides of the dispute.
Why was I never incarcerated?
Because they're not going to incarcerate you. They're just going to garnish your wages.
Why have my wages never been garnished?
Then why'd you get a second job if you can live on your pensions and buy a house with your pensions?
Why did I get a second job? Because
a teacher.
Okay, Liam.
And then you lied about it because you were ashamed.
Liam, you want an answer? You want an answer or no?
I'm finishing up
you
my
just
thought.
asked the question.
You lied about it.
Do you want an answer, or do you want to just spew your fat fucking face without getting an answer?
I want to spew my fat fucking face without getting an answer.
Quad. He just said, why then, if I had money, did I get another job?
And lie about it.
Now, Quad. Well, I lied
about it.
Okay. So now that's two questions, but I'll answer.
You also lied about it.
I'll answer if he's.
So it's a question and a statement of fact. Go ahead.
That's two questions. I'll answer if he doesn't fucking interrupt me. If not, I can't have a conversation with somebody who refuses to learn the answers to the question.
Jump off. Jump off and I'll explain it to the audience for you. Jump off.
So
leave.
Quad. So what happened?
Quad, this is the best show of BYB ever.
Of course, because I'm on it. Quad.
We gotta read some super chats, y'all. For real.
Yeah, and you're getting more super chats than you ever have. But Quad, I'm leaving if you don't mute him because I want to answer his questions.
Answer this question. And actually, what Lemmy said was correct. We should.
Oh my God, you got 26 super chats.
He asked me two questions, and you have not let me respond. And he
just made a statement. He asked you one question, and then just
asked
made
me
a statement.
two questions.
Go ahead.
I asked a question and made a statement. Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead and answer.
If you don't mute him, I'm out. Okay.
No.
All
right. He's muted. Okay. There you go.
So Quad. Here it is. He asked me why I had a second job, and why I lied about it. Now, if you go through my history, at 10 years old, I had a penny saver route. At 12, I had a Newsday route. Then I worked for Wholesale Tire from 13. I like working, and I like making money. Now, why did I become a teacher? Not only because I love helping people and I love teaching people, like I've been a mentor for many a stutterer, but also because me and my two youngest kids get free health care. So wouldn't it be smart to save $2,700 a month by going and doing what you love, making a great salary, and getting free health care? Or would that be a stupid move? I think the latter. Not the latter. I think the former. I think that it was a very smart move. And now the other question, Quad, before you unmute him, why did I lie about it? And that answer is very simple. To protect the children, to protect the schools, and to protect me. Because as you know, Quad, it has been documented. I could prove that. They tried to get me fired. One time, a kid took a picture of me at one of the schools, posted it on Twitter, on social media, and these trolls terrorized this 12-year-old girl and got her to delete her whole Twitter account. That is why I made that white lie to protect children. So if he's going to say that is not an admirable and well thought out approach before you take a job in the education industry, if he thinks that's stupid to protect the children, the school, and me, then he's a fucking idiot.
Okay.
What say you, Liam? What say
It's
you?
a matter of public record that you and your Twitter alts that you ran, all of them, terrorized that poor girl and one of your fellow teachers. Your Dombo account terrorized that poor girl. You had a Dombo account.
No,
We
I
all
didn't.
know it, John.
No, I didn't.
John, we all know all of your accounts.
Okay, great.
We
You all
do.
know it, man.
Dombo
You're really obsessed
13.
with me. Quad, doesn't it seem like he's obsessed with me? He seems
Oh,
to know
very.
everything about
Oh,
me.
I love talking to Stuttering John. That's why I've been begging you
Quad,
to do
doesn't
your
it seem
show.
like he's obsessed with me?
That's why I do WATT.
He knows a lot about you. I would say
Well,
that.
he knows a lot of horse shit. He doesn't know
Oh.
the facts. He just knows a lot of horse shit. Then again, Quad, you and I went through this today on my show.
You notice how every time I get
Quad,
closer to the
you
truth,
and I have
Dale's
went through
over
it on
me.
my show. How many lies
Every time I get closer to the
have
truth,
they
John
said
yells over me.
about me, Quad? How many times have
can't
they
handle
lied
it.
about me and my life? They always do because they can't deal in facts. They
Never
deal.
gonna
I
do
just
it,
don't
Joe,
think that.
John.
Yeah, I don't
Lies.
think they could talk about you that much every day, all day, and be 100% accurate. I would. There's no doubt about that. It's impossible to talk that much
Quad.
about a person and be.
Quad,
You and I know each other.
Quad, can I make
You
a
and I know
point?
each other pretty well, Quad.
I just want to make a point.
And Quad, I want to ask you a question.
I want to
Quad.
make a point.
Shut
I
up,
want to make
fat
a point.
Who's
Jabba,
going
I'm-
first?
shut up.
Who's
Jabba
going
the
I'm never
first?
going to do
Jabba the
Stuttering
Putt.
John's show.
Shut up
ever.
for a second. Jabba the Putt.
Shut up! Shut up!
I'm asking Quad a
Dude,
question.
hold on. Can I
What?
get maybe 10 seconds of just shutting the fuck up?
She's so much better at this than I am.
Jesus Christ.
Let me. You're the best.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, Quad.
You okay? Let me. You choose who's going first on this next point.
No, I'm going
The
first.
super chatters.
Okay,
Yes.
wait. Let me just one last thing.
No.
Quad.
You
No,
need to
the
read
super chatters.
All right, I'm
The
out.
super
Goodbye.
chatters.
They have
Goodbye.
29 super chats.
Quad.
John. Go
Quad, just
away,
one
John.
thing. Quad.
Bye, John.
Quad. Wait.
Bye, John.
Quad,
Nobody
have I
wants
ever
to hear
liked
you
you
anymore.
on any of my streams? Ever.
I mean, as far as I know, no. As far as I know, I've never
I'm not a
caught you in
liar.
a lie. I can
Well,
say
these
that.
guys are, and this fat fuck believes it
Right.
because he's
Okay.
stupid.
Bye, John.
He lacks the education. He lacks the IQ.
Hasta mañana, John. Nobody cares.
Oh, Quad, didn't we talk about that today? Nobody cares. So he's speaking for everybody now.
I
He
am.
knows everybody in the world, and everybody in the world doesn't care.
I'm
He
reading the
knows
chat.
everybody now. He knows. He says nobody cares. That's a fucking generalization, and it's an absolute. No, he doesn't know if nobody cares.
Let's
He has
read
no
the
idea.
chat real quick.
He doesn't have a
Peter
life.
Sky
He's stuck
Parker
in his
says,
study
bye,
apartment.
loser.
Oh, really hurt me there. You got
Yeah.
me. You got me. You hurt me. You hurt
Dude,
me.
you've been threatening
You
for
got
90 minutes to leave. Are you going to leave or do you have to be kicked out?
No, I like looking at your fat
That's-
fucking face. So
That's
I
how
feel
you
better
end
about myself.
every night at the bars. Do you have to leave or
All
do
right,
you need
Quad,
to be kicked out?
Quad, I'll talk to you later, bro.
Yeah, have a good one. Thanks for coming on. Do appreciate it. And
Bye, deadbeat dad.
I'll see you soon, I'm sure.
Bye, fat
that-
fuck. Bye,
Deadbeat
fat
dad.
fuck. Yeah, bye, fat fuck. You had a drinking problem. You fucking you stopped drinking because you probably were a fucking asshole when you were drunk.
You know what? Sometimes I watch that and I'm like, thank God I quit drinking when I did, because that is a glimpse of the future for me. Ghost of Christmas Present.
And now I guess we can get to the. See, I didn't want to interrupt. We only had like 29 super chats. I really didn't want to interrupt all that gold for super chat reading. But here we go.
I'm going to be seeing this. I actually feel bad, and I'll tell you why. Because I was basically beating up on a guy who's going to die in the next few years.
Yep. I mean, fair enough, man.
I'm
that could be
so
me
grateful.
too, though. I got
Dude.
clots.
Yeah, but it's like you're not doing clots to yourself, Quad. I'm so grateful.
well-
I'm just saying, what a fucking terrible thing I just spent an hour doing.
But also at the same time that you just spent, thank you so much for doing that. I do appreciate it, and thank you, Stuttering John, too. So both you guys made some gold today. I think some good content. So I appreciate that, Liam. You did it twice. You didn't just do it on MLC. You did it on here too. And who knows? Maybe you'll go on Rock Bottom tonight and do some more gold.
I think Ray has stuff he wants to talk about on Rock Bottom.
Yeah, maybe I'll go on there with you because I'm sure last night was interesting to say the least, right?
I made a lot of enemies. I feel like I should retire from the Dabbleverse now. Like it literally doesn't get better.
No, you just took on the Dabbleverse. That
the
was
Duke of the Dabbleverse.
The actual main character in this saga.
That
Theater
was very
director, $2. Yeah, I don't want to cut you off, Liam. Go ahead.
No, go.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
yeah. No, I mean, like you could do your thoughts because I think your thoughts on everything that just happened is way probably more important than even super chats. I hate saying that, folks, but yeah, just hearing you talk about it is interesting to me. That's what we're all here for, fuckers. Like this is what we came for this kind of shit right here tonight. Absolutely, 100%.
All right,
Theater director. Yeah, go ahead.
I was just gonna say I don't want to interrupt you.
Oh, okay. Jack Black looks terrible. What's his hat say? Royal Giants.
That is a Negro League team out of Brooklyn in the 1930s. I went to the American Negro League Museum in Kansas City, Missouri, which is also attached to the American Jazz Museum in Kansas City, Missouri.
Interesting. Yes, John's texting me. TiVo Devito, $1.99. ROFL. John going to smash this guy.
I don't think that happened, but you know what, TiVo? I respect you for being a John fan.
TJ, $4.99. John has the points to crush this Liam dude, but he keeps taking the rage bait and yelling. Stop reacting to this deflections and make your point. Do you think you were calm, cool, collected, making points, or how do you feel about that?
Here's my response to that is look at John overreacted to me goofing on his video for 2 minutes. Not even his video, Dave Sarra's video for 2 minutes. And clearly I touched a nerve about his party and how he feels about his place in show business right now. Because for John, and this is what I said on Kevin's show, that was a networking party. Because John very much wants to be back in professional show business in the worst way. And throwing a reunion for his Tonight Show colleagues on paper sounds like a good idea. But when you get drunk and you're up there and you're making an ass of yourself, and this is what I said on Kevin's show, you're just going to alienate people or reaffirm whatever negative impression they might have had of you if they didn't like you.
Fair point. Yeah, I don't know. I think that was it was fairly good the way you guys went through it. If you ask me, I
agree. And then, quite frankly, he's been attacking me personally all day. So he shouldn't be surprised when I attack him back with public information about his life.
Yeah, and you're a fan of WATP, so I'm sure you know you have a lot of ammunition, correct? Is that where this is all from?
I mean, all this stuff happened while I was in community college and the LA was locked down. I had nowhere to go all day. And I would just listen to WATP and play Zelda.
Exactly. That's what I thought. I had suspected as much, but guess what, folks? Rocco Berger has become a YouTube member. BYB Podcast. Thank you so much. And also, that is, I would assume, the Rocco Burger that we all know runs the WATP. So thank you very much for becoming a member. All right. James, okay, we already did this one. And indeed, John did make $10 more than KB today. So that was kind of interesting.
But the interesting number there is he also, as he pointed out, had 50 more super chats than KB did.
50 more? Oh, like smaller and more? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
So, yeah, you're trying to say that the small, lower amount donations plus trolling. And I do remember you saying that on the show, that most people there are there just to chip him and troll him in like $2 super chats, right?
I mean, oh my God, the legend. Well, I called the legend out on Kevin's show also. All my enemies are here.
That. But, okay, let's do it now. Is the legend actually the guy he says he is? We do not have confirmation on that. What do you suspect about the legend? That he is actually the guy he's portraying? He kind of let it slide who he was, and you called him out for that part of it. You were like, well, if you didn't want to know who you were, then you would have never said number 2 in the draft 1988 or whatever. And that was the starting point.
Yeah, and he gave his name in the super chats also. But I mean, here's the thing, the legend. And I hope you're still listening. I hope anyone's still listening. Yeah, you don't want to confirm who you are.
We retained almost everyone. Put it that way.
Oh, awesome. It's just I would like to see proof. Everything else I said was like hyperbolic because it's funny to like go at it on Kevin's show. It's like the dynamic of that show. But yeah, I'm not gonna like celebrate you being a baseball player unless like you tell somebody who you are other than Ray.
And let me see your face just backstage, and I'll confirm it for everyone. Something that simple. Indeed.
And by the way, I talked to him on Ray's show. We had a good chat. I just don't know if I believe that he's the actual guy. But also, fucking life is short. If he wants to cosplay as an obscure baseball player, then go for it. I really don't care.
That's cool if he is doing that too. I don't even really care, honestly. But whatever. I can't say unless I know for sure. So that's just how it works. You got to show me your driver's license, legend. Legend, $5. Imagine looking like broke George Wendt talking about someone's looks. 10 years from now, Liam will still be talking about his future career.
Here's the thing. That could be true. Here's the thing about show business. It's a fucking motherfucker. Some people are lucky and they do well. Some people are less lucky. And what I've said a lot is what I'm not going to do is be one of these 60-year-old guys in the valley sitting in a coffee shop talking about how it's almost going to happen for me. So what I'm doing now is just doing the work in front of me, getting out of school, figuring out what's next, and then going from there. And if it works out, great. But you know what? If not, I'm not going to be too ashamed about it. I've already failed. Here's the thing. The greatest gift life hands you over and over is you fail, right? And so I've already failed a couple times. So I'm not afraid of it anymore. I'm not afraid of being humiliated because nobody gives a fuck unless you succeed.
You should practice this, Liam. On the days Mike Bichetti's not on MLC, you say here's the thing a lot, just like him. You should say here's the thing, right?
I do.
Here's the thing, right? If I kicked you in the ass, 15 cocks would fall out, and then I'd have to bury you under the Holland Tunnel or whatever, something like that. Well, I don't know. Practice.
The problem is, I used to say honestly at the start of every sentence, but what happened was I was told it sounded like I was lying all the time.
Right. No, they do say if you that is a sign of deception if you start out your sentences with like something like that, like I'm gonna tell you the truth now, or honestly, or here's the real thing, here's the real story. Yeah, that's usually like all right. So you're gonna tell me anything that follows is a lie then, right?
Actually, what I'll tell you is when I say here's the thing, or to be honest, or however I start a sentence, I'm giving myself an extra second to finish formulating what I'm saying.
Smart. You must be in that too.
But it makes me sound dumb as shit.
Speaking of dumb as shit, I was watching today. How come you don't call out Kevin Brennan for not being able to figure out where this fucking private chat is on StreamYard? It's so stupid and impossible, might I mention, that you can't just look at the top right and see private chat. He had to have looked right at it. And then you let him have it. You're like, all right, well, maybe your dashboard looks different than my dashboard. No, it's StreamYard. It always looks the same. It's right where you think it is. How come someone has not showed him where the private chat is? You know how easy it is to click on a link in the private chat? It's like it would make his life so much easier if people could drop links in there. He could find it. It's right there, dude. Like,
I just don't think he wanted to watch the video quad.
Well, Ray can't figure that out either. It drives me insane that these guys can't figure out the simplest shit in the world. Speaking of, that's all.
I'm sorry. I got to tell you, I didn't want to sit and watch my stand-up with Kevin today, so I wasn't exactly jumping through hoops to get the video to him.
Oh, I got you. You were stalling. How dare you stall?
I wasn't stalling. Look, if we watched the video, I would stand behind the video, but
I get it. Dom DeLuise, $5. Hey, Liam, have you considered incorporating food into your sex life? Eating a meatball sub while talking or taking it from your best friend could be very sensual. Boyfriend.
Best friend.
Yeah. Well, I was trying to be nice. Well, who knows? Maybe like if you found a good guy, I mean, your boyfriend could be your best friend. I mean, don't count it out already right off the bat.
Dude, if I was gay, I'd be getting laid like crazy. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, you sound like Ray now.
I wish I was gay. I wish I was gay. It'd be so much easier.
He says that all the time.
I don't. No. Listen, here's the difference. I've hung out at Pride. I think Pride is a lot of fun. I've been propositioned for threesomes at Pride because I'm a bear, right? I'm never propositioned for threesomes at straight bars or events. That's the difference. I'm just a type they like.
Speaking of Ray, did you see he got a new tire inflator?
Air inflator.
That's funny.
He got that for Christmas.
Sorry, I started to answer before I watched it. You really do need to mute me. I'm all talking now.
You're excited. You just finished up what you're doing there at USC for the semester, and you're a happy guy, happy camper. I would assume you're just full of fun. Peter Chicken Man Brennan, $2. Thank you, sir. Who's passed at more LA comedy clubs, Liam or Stuttering John? Yeah, well, I would assume you're both pretty much passed everywhere, right? Do you know about Stuttering John, where he's passed and whatnot? Like, do you have insight on that?
I don't know anything about Stuttering John, his career like that. I know his name's not on the side of the Comedy Store. I know I'm passed at one club. So if John is passed at more than one club in LA, he's passed at more clubs than me. Now, the question is, who performs at more clubs in LA? And the answer is we're both doing about the same.
0 is the answer on that, correct?
0. I send in my veils every week. Actually, I'm passed at Flappers also. That's 2 clubs.
Flappers? That's what Lemmy dresses up for on Halloween. She's a
Lemmy,
flapper.
do you want to jump off this show yet? Are you done? I don't consider it a good.
She's
BYB
planning her
show.
time to attack you next. You just fucking watch your back. You say the wrong thing, and she'll jump on you like a fucking spider monkey. You have no
Liam
idea.
Seems to be level-headed. He seems well thought out.
It's
he doesn't
an
lose his fucking cool. I don't care if it's an act. It's fine. The act that he brings to the table is perfectly satisfactory, and I don't hate it.
I'm just exhausted. No, it's not a BYB podcast unless someone walks off.
Oh, yeah, we got that already. We got the first walk off. No, we
Yeah.
got two. Oh shit, she's back. Spa day, $5. Liam McDonald's. I would recommend that a large beast like you does not wear a hat that has the word giant on it. Go Stuttering John. No,
Dude,
Stuttering John
why
fan.
didn't you read that? I'm sorry. Why didn't you read that when John was on the show? Because they would have loved that.
You guys were too busy screaming at each other. That's why.
No,
I
wasn't going to stop that.
That he uses to wash John's balls with. That's why he didn't read super chats. Calling you out.
No,
throwing you into
it's
your own tire.
Dude, if I would have started reading super chats in the middle of that fucking back and forth, I would be fired from every podcast in the future.
True.
Definitely, and would understand.
Here's the thing, right?
Argument. You can't.
Here's the thing, right?
Yeah, here is the thing, right? Thank you. You.
I want to
correct.
correct.
That's awesome.
I want to correct one thing. I was not screaming. I was raising my voice
That
to
is
be
true.
heard.
I will say that you never raised your voice once. I don't think.
I raised my voice constantly because he kept shouting over me, but I wasn't.
But
screaming.
not like screaming though. Yeah,
No, dude. Here's the thing, John. I guess you guys. By the way, Quad. I guess we should talk about this. I guess you guys were goofing on my resume earlier today. I thought this was a friendly podcast. So what John knows is I have a list of minor accomplishments in my career, and I'm fat.
I said that I was explaining that you have two IMDb's. I was actually backing you up on that part.
I do,
because most people just jump to the first one and don't see that you have a whole other fucking page. So I did point that out to him that you have two IMDb's.
I didn't know that. Thank you for letting me know. I got to fix that.
Right.
Yeah,
One's pretty much like movie, and they're separated. So yeah, you should streamline it into one for sure.
You know what it is? Is different.
You got a lot of
people add
credits.
Stuff. I do.
Right.
But it's also like, look, I get it. And actually, I'm going to give this to John. He was an announcer, like the 3 weeks he was an announcer on The Tonight Show. That was a major accomplishment. The guy has done more late night TV than I ever have or ever will. For a long time, I was very indifferent to late night TV, mostly because they didn't want to have me on. Now, the reason why he did a lot of that was because Howard Stern wouldn't do Conan or The Tonight Show or anything like that. And so he was kind of sent as a surrogate because, like Howard was too proud to do these things and John has no pride as long as people are paying attention. And I get that. So yes, John's IMDb is longer than mine and he has more accomplishments. But where I feel like I am maybe have the edge is I'm not a sad drunk rambling on a podcast every day for nickels and dimes.
So when you guys get together, like comedians and actors, and what you're like, my IMDb is bigger than your IMDb, and then you guys measure. You're like, mine's longer, but yours is thicker. Shit, how do we figure this out?
Actually, what's funny is most people in actual show business don't think about Stuttering John ever. They don't know about the Dabbleverse. They don't follow there are people in comedy who follow the Dabbleverse. But for the most part, if you bring up Stuttering John to a lot of people, they'll say, oh, yeah, Stuttering John, I love that guy, because they remember him from the Howard Stern show in the 90s.
So you're saying we're old. Thanks.
Hey, dude, we're the same age. I loved Stuttering John on Howard Stern show in the 90s.
Yeah, I was a 90s fan. Late 90s, early aughts. That's about it.
So you guys all came over from Kevin's show to continue fucking with me in the super chats here.
You thought they would give up easily, did you? Not a chance.
I did promote your show on Kevin's show.
Oh, I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Daniel Brennan, proud father of Kevin Brennan, $5. Thank you, sir. And good to have you over here, BYB, father of Kevin Brennan. We got to have a talk though about your son's behavior as of late, and he's been a meanie bajini to me, and I don't know if I like it. Hey, Liam, you boring hack. You need to go on TSN. You're smug and not funny, just like Shuli. Lemmy, let's see those flapjacks.
Can I just
maybe one day if we make tomorrow's goal?
Yeah, we're doing good. We're gonna hit the goal. Shit! Look at this motherfucker.
What's up? Hey, Liam.
At the same time.
Nice to meet you.
Look at this
troublemaking
troublemaking son of a bitch.
Wait, I can't.
I'm not
I
so
can't.
bad.
I don't know who this is.
I'm Dave
Dave
Sarra.
Sarra.
How you doing, buddy?
Oh, Dave. What's up, man?
How's it
Why are you
going?
mad at
How
me,
are you?
Dave?
Oh, I'm not mad at you. Just chipping you. But see, unlike that homo Rob Salt, you don't get offended. You roll with the punches. You don't hate me when I throw those stupid super chats up there. It's fine. Everything's gonna be
Wait,
fine.
which super
Rob.
chats are yours, Dave?
The ones that don't make you laugh usually.
Oh, well, that's all. Well, listen. No, it's just you came
Let
in
me
like sarcastic.
Send out the bat signal.
No. I honestly,
I'm just setting up the
I
bat
honestly
signal
think
back
you're
to
pretty
John,
funny.
by the way.
I was more concerned that you were mad. Oh yeah,
Don't
bring
be
Stuttering John
insecure.
back, dude. Okay, I am
Don't be
insecure. I'm in
insecure.
showbiz, dude.
Be insecure about your weight, not about your humor. It's fine.
No, I'm not. Listen, here's the thing. Part of like getting better as a person is understanding that the things that people said about me in high school don't affect me anymore. Right? So like that shit doesn't affect me. But here's the thing, Dave.
Good.
As long as we don't have beef, I don't give a fuck. Because I apologize to
There's
people when
never
we beef. Okay, good.
No.
Okay, good.
There's never any beef. I don't even hate Stuttering John.
Well,
I love Stuttering John.
He's not. He
That's
doesn't
fine.
love you.
He can hate me. It's fine. I mean, I was nothing but gracious to him. If anything, Quadfather should be mad at me, not Stuttering John. I didn't say anything.
I am mad at
about
you.
him.
You did betrayed my trust. It wasn't very cool. Not cool. But here we sit.
It's pretty fun. I know.
Not
I
as
apologize.
enemies.
Hi, Lemmy.
Yeah, you already sent me an apology, and you did say, and you did admit to people on Twitter too, which makes me feel a little bit better that because people were calling me out.
You're welcome.
Out as all right. Well, okay. Well, he says he's done dealing with losers, so I guess that means no.
Did you tell him? Did you tell him the troll who went to his event was here?
Oh, absolutely. He knows who he is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I explained.
Well, he can't.
No,
he-
we had
he
100.
can't control the
We
situation.
had 100
here, that's
conversations
why.
about Dave Sarra today. Trust me, we brought up that name quite a bit.
Okay.
Well,
okay. Dave Sarra, I got a question for you. How the fuck do you film Stuttering John while looking at chats in Tuki's show and calling into Tuki's show? So you're on the phone and cussing about who's saying what in a chat. That seems like you are way over the top, paying way too much attention to too many things, like almost like you're coked up and fired up.
Well, I'm definitely usually coked up, but there are a lot of fakes in chat, so there's a lot of.
But
fakes
why
there.
are you screaming
Fake
at them
Sarahs.
while
Dave Sarahs.
on the phone while filming Stuttering John doing a set or whatever?
I don't know,
singing,
dude.
I should say.
You're asking irrational questions right now. I'm not in the right state of mind when I do these things. You gotta understand. I was 2 pitchers of beer deep, and a sack.
Can I actually, since Stuttering John doesn't have the courage to face you, can I just ask you? So he alleges that you intentionally edited the video so that all the parts where the event was packed and everyone was having a great time were cut out.
All I want to say is that if he wants to dispute whatever he wants about that, I have some pictures of the place being as full as it was. I could release those images if he wants, but I did tell Tuki there was about 100 people there, and I was probably off. Maybe it was about 75. So I don't see the issue. I was honest about how many people were there. I thought it was a pretty big turnout. So he's being irrational. I didn't selectively edit anything out. Right. Now this morning, Vince the lawyer took one of the videos and he edited out the part with the got myself a beer part where he asks the crowd. So he intentionally cut the part out and made it silent during that part.
So what you're saying here, and we can confirm, is that Vince the lawyer does do deceptive practices. Wow. That is very interesting to hear. Many of us have always thought that he does that kind of behavior, but it has been confirmed by the maker of the video.
That was my favorite part, by the way.
Yeah. A couple of the times I got the finger at the right position. So
you zoomed in on that. I saw that.
So I'm happy about that. That was really the only reason I was going there.
Hey, Quad. Seriously, could you let John know if he comes back on? I'll mute myself and I won't say a word for the rest of the show. I'm serious.
I can pass along the message, definitely.
Can we just do that now?
I'm doing it. I will do it now. I got my phone in my hand, buddy. It's happening.
No, Dave's saying, can I just shut up now?
See, Liam, Quad doesn't get it.
Well, I'm trying to do 5 things at once, so I do get it. I just whatever. This is the ending. What part did you want to look at?
Actually, you pretty much nailed it.
Look how skinny he is.
No, I was just saying that this video that we're watching right now, this particular scene, that Vince edited out, the got myself a beer from the crowd a couple times. So that's all I'm saying.
Yeah,
I wasn't asking you to bring it up. I've been watching this fucking video all day. I'm over it.
Right. Fair enough. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna get a response from him.
Can we see the beginning of the video?
I think he already mic dropped with "I'm done dealing with losers," so I think that was it.
Yeah.
Well, he'll talk about it.
He's not reading this message. He's not even looking at that last message. So there you go.
Yeah. Yep.
He blocked
FBI's
me on
parked right outside. Oh no! Don't be sorry. He blocked you? Did he?
So you're saying
really stuttering, John? No.
Years ago.
All right. So Dave, now that we have you here, 100 people. You'd say 100 people.
Yeah, I would say 100 people.
You never saw him use the restroom?
Never once did I see him use the restroom. Never went in the restroom with him. Never went in the restroom with Brian Karam, even though I really wanted to. I don't know. Maybe I'm stupid.
So food probably not top of the list for shit you were doing last night.
Didn't even eat it.
Notice?
Wasn't enough.
Notice if they brought multiple plates out, like refills, the platters the food was on.
They did.
He was saying
there were multiple platters.
Oh,
of course. Come on.
Okay, so but at the end of the night, you were saying that there was no more food there. Is that just?
It looked. I remember food. No. I at all times I don't remember it ever being empty, except for when it was already packed up.
Hey guys, I got to jump on Ray's show. This show went a little longer than I expected, so I apologize.
It goes long.
Yeah,
up the load for you, buddy.
Ray and I, Ray's got to yell.
Do you mind if we just bomb through? Do you mind if we bomb through the super chats real quick?
I got to go. I'm sorry. I totally. Let's go. Dave, do you mind if we go through the super chats because they're gonna all call me fat?
Yeah, no comments. Just kind of bomb through them. Let Liam see them here.
I'll comment.
All right, no $5. Lame is a little lame. Lame is just mad because he's a 50-year-old film student that still lives in his mom's house. School.
Okay, be original, Noga. Jesus.
No, Noga's right. I'm furious that my life's going well. I wish I lived in my mom's house because rent is killing me.
Fair enough. Wink News, $2. Quad. Very smart muting John. He has no idea. I think maybe a couple of the first few times he didn't notice, but he knows where he uses StreamYard, so he knows the system. United Negro College Fund, $2. Racist John Melendez refuses to say our name. Is this true?
True. He refuses to say Negro.
Oh, I got you.
The blacks.
Underage Billy, $5. It kind of, to some it is, but also the NAACP, it's the same thing. It's the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People. I would assume that that's not colored is not like people's favorite thing to be called, black people. Underage Billy, $5. Hi, John, aka Fat. So, aka Wet Brain, aka Has Been, aka Only Takes $2 to insult his family, aka Man on Key
Monkey Tits.
Monkey Tits. Yeah, there you go. All very pointed at one person, John.
Those are all.
Casey
Armstrong. Good.
Casey Armstrong. Yeah, thanks for checking in, Casey. We know that you are not a fan of Stuttering John. Far from it. Quite the opposite. You guys are at war. One of these days, we want to see Casey and Stuttering John on the same show. That would be fucking fireworks.
Is that the
and
real
interesting
Casey?
and historic? Yeah. Yes.
If you're feeling gay,
you have
wanna roll in
$2
the hay,
and one
who
son.
you gonna call? Casey, post for gay
yes.
photographs.
Thank you very much, Casey. We have to talk about getting you on here sometime. Spot A, $5. Thank you, sir or ma'am. I'm not quite sure on that one. Liam McDonald's looks like he steals his neighbor's Wi-Fi and does not look food insecure. Granny is better than Liam.
Well, the reason I don't look food insecure is my dad was a real man and supported his kids his whole life.
Ooh, shots fired, folks. Thanks for hanging in here and reading these with us. Underage Billy, $5. Thank you. It's tough when someone talks back to you, isn't it, simpleton? That's why you avoid debates. I think he's talking to Stuttering John, not you, Liam. But maybe, I don't know. Do you do this too?
I am a simpleton, and I do avoid debates because I hate confrontation.
But you do well at it. Look at you doing it. You're doing it. It's happening. Mr. Kill.
Oh,
Mr. Kill Everything, who I named. Yeah, okay, so there. I called out the glitch. The glitch man is here. That's why I named the show Mr. Glitch Everything after the guy that created this. That's the name of the episode. Now that you're here, you get to find out for yourself, Mr. Kill. Mr. and Mrs. Kill, possibly. We read the article, Stuttering John. You're a terrible father. Ouch. Not nice.
That is what the article said. By the way, that's
no, I know what you're talking about, but he just disputes the reasoning for the insecurity. Tivo Devito, hilarious name, $2. I don't think I've read that one before. Thank you for the $2. Is it brand new from today?
So he can speed through all his bullshit.
He super chatted earlier, so that's why it sounds familiar.
Gotcha. Isn't this guy kind of old to be a student?
Yes. Here's the deal. I dropped out of college after a semester when I was 19 because I was also doing open mics and I got offered a professional comedy tour. And after that, I just kind of decided that stand-up was more fun and I was working. And there were a lot of struggles and a lot of accomplishments. And during the pandemic, I decided, you know what? I never finished school. Now's a good time to go back, at least get an associate's. So yes, I am old to be a student, but there's no such thing as like an age limit really on going forward with your life and accomplishing more things.
How about a weight limit? Do they have a weight limit?
Oh, Quadfa, how dare you?
I'm sorry. I'm worse than one of these super chat fuckers.
No, it's all right, Quad, because we both spend an equal amount of time in our chairs. So
fair. Oh, I probably spend a little more time, indeed.
I don't know about that, right? I sat down last night when I got home and slept in this chair. This chair does not smell good right now. I'll say that.
Old familiar friend.
Old familiar friend smells like my asshole.
Ask your chair. Does it?
I can smell it from here.
Peter Sky
Oh my
Parker,
God.
John, it's time to start paying quad. Hey, I like this attitude out of you.
This is why you
PSP,
should have been
is it
doing
calling
super
in?
chats. Quad, this is why you should have been doing super chats the entire time. Because that is
No,
such
they
a
send
great point
this
to bring
super
up,
chat
though.
when I go on there. They send 10 of these exact quotes to him.
Okay.
Like every time I'm on his show, they're like, pay quad, pay quad, pay quad in the chat. It's funny. Number one, Josh Denny fan, $2. Ray, hiya, punk.
Was he in the
Number
chat?
one, just Danny fan.
No, but as we found out today, that Ray is indeed Nate, Jay, and many other multiple fake alt accounts, as we found out from his show last night, that he asked me to come on, and I was a little bit doing other stuff. But yeah, instead, he went on and told everybody all his secrets by himself. I'm glad I wasn't there. Or I might have said, hey, man, you might not know. It's funny to hear that. We all have alt accounts. Quit fucking around. Bullshit if you don't. I have a couple. Everyone has a couple. Get off it.
Right. Some of
They're
us bully
hilarious.
12-year-old girls with our alt accounts.
And some of
fellow
us
teachers.
do other. Right. All right. Okay. Yeah. Jesus. Liam. Allegedly. No, but
Some of us bully 12-year-old kids who reveal we're substitute teachers with our alt accounts.
And some of us fuck them.
you take that down or I will end you. I will end you forever. Me and my army.
Oh, can I just say one thing? I know you got to go, Liam. I just want to say one thing very quickly. I have a theory on these fucking. I have a theory on these Tonight Show keychains that he put in the. I swear to God, it came to me today like a premonition. The company didn't realize at first, or not the company, the guy that runs the company, right? That does the keychain shit or whatever, or however they're getting it for a discount or something. They didn't realize until maybe the last minute that they probably will get fucking sued if they print Tonight Show keychains. And like the guy's like, oh fuck, fucking Stuttering John will throw me under the bus if they find out that we printed this shit. Maybe that's my theory.
My theory is John is getting a cut of the bar, and he can't afford to make those keychains till the bar pays him.
Wow.
Fair enough.
Fucking A, Liam.
And I think that's why he switched venues, because he probably got either a better deal or any deal at all from Sagebrush for filling their bar.
That's not me.
All right. Yeah, that is not you. Literally?
No, it's not me.
Oh, okay.
No, it's not me.
Dave Sarra, I saw Stuttering John's tiny piece in the bathroom last night. Thank you, Dave Sarra.
I didn't see
We
it.
appreciate that, Dave Sarra. Thank you, Dave Sarra.
Thank you, whoever you are.
I think there's a shitload of alt accounts that are Dave Sarra now, but I'll take your word that
Yeah.
they're not all you.
Oh, okay.
That's
how retarded I am.
$2. Can Lemmy run a live cam on her hooch sack?
Don't do it, Lemmy. I've seen this on To Catch a Predator. That guy's underage. It's a trap.
No.
I'll fuck him.
You don't want
Go
to go
back
for
home
this.
to your mom. No.
You don't want to do the second cam, the 2-cam system?
No, I'm good.
2 cams.
Maybe
cam?
if we listen, maybe if we hit tomorrow's goal.
Yeah,
Liam, you know about the 2-cam.
Can you imagine if Lemmy was insane and was like, okay, whatever you say?
Yeah, one of these days I'm just gonna
You
whip
should.
my fucking shirt off and you all are just gonna stroke out or something.
Poor April.
Yeah, speaking of which,
Bro,
we got
pro-
a lot of.
Jesus.
Are you pro ass eating, Dave, by chance? Have a. lick. Yeah, there you go. All right, fair enough. Johnson's a tranny and a sissy, $10.
Oh my god.
Thank you for the $10. Nail him, Liam. The stutter scum ripped off his ex-wife and children. Stuttering John's mouth moving means he's lying. He stopped paying to force her to agree to his demands. Is this true? That is kind of what you claimed.
That is what's alleged in court documents. Now, admittedly, I'm not Stuttering John's lawyer. So
that would be Vince, the evil lawyer, right?
And the problem is John's lawyer is fucking with him worse than I ever would.
Yeah, no doubt. Johnson's a tranny and a sissy. $10. Thank you. John's enabler mother helps him hide money from his children. That is also what you were speaking of today with the purchase of the Florida home, correct?
All I'm saying is, if John owed me a big sum of money, I would want to go after his house, but I wouldn't be able to because it's technically not owned by him. And I would maybe get a very, very, very good lawyer who could prove that John actually has established residency there.
Dicka89, thank you, sir. $5. Hey, Lemmy, you look really sexy with the pigtails.
Thank you. Like Lem of Green Gables over here.
Lemmy, what's it like to be an attractive woman online?
I don't listen. Let's not. Can we change the subject?
Okay.
Please.
It seems like it would be a lot of fun.
It's not for me. It's really not. I try to like dress like a fucking not like I try to like essentially do everything to not accentuate anything. You know what I mean? I'm not trying
we're
to, like,
animals. We're animals.
Really?
Like toss me up against the wall, toss me on the bed, go let's fucking do this, dude.
Out of context.
Oh, that was
Yeah,
an
I'm not trying to
accident. I
lead with
didn't
that.
mean to play that.
Right.
I just want you to think I'm funny.
Underaged Billy, $1.99. Wham, wham, mute him. Help me, Quad. I will say to a certain degree, I would have preferred not muting either one of you and just letting you have at it fucking all out fucking full scale. But he did want me to meet you so he could respond. What do you think? It worked out pretty good, Liam, all in all, as far as
Dave
like
looks
the
like
back
he's
and
dying
forth.
to say something.
He's always looking like he's dying to say something because he's always wanting to say something.
I'm fighting the trolls in chat.
I will
As
say
usual.
the problem is John has no ability to filter or pause. Like just whatever is going through his mind is coming out of his mouth and he's screaming a lot. I mean, the guy literally almost stroked out on your show tonight. And so there was no way that anything productive could have A, happened on your show anyway, or B, happened without one of us being muted. And my problem is, John's right. I do love to talk. And I love to listen to myself talk. And I could have just talked over him. So at some point, you have to be the referee and Paul mute me because John needs to make his point. And then also mute John so that I can make my point. Or actually just call him a deadbeat dad. Because I don't really, again, this is such a not interesting subject to anyone but John. How many people showed up to his fucking event?
Fair point. Johnny Russo, $5. Thank you, sir. Stuttering John blocked me on YouTube. Coward. Kumia destroys Stuttering John in new book. Spare me. Quad, have me on show sometime to discuss book. Liam beat Stut Joe. Johnny Russo. Okay, Johnny Russo. Write that down. I don't know that I know Johnny Russo. Does someone else know who this is?
Yeah, Johnny Russo. Wasn't he the Karate Kid? Oh, there's Daniel Russo.
Johnny Russo. That
Here's
looks
the
like a
thing.
picture of Anthony, actually.
Here's the thing, right? I think
Here's
this
the
is
thing, right?
Don't say Liam beats Stut Joe because, and I'm begging you guys not to say this, and I'll tell you why. Because he's going to spend the rest of his life like Captain Ahab trying to take me down. And the last thing I ever want to do is sorry, someone just texted me. The last thing I'd ever want to do is repeat that. That was such like a not fun experience. I can imagine if you hate me or you hate Stuttering John, it was entertaining in that sense, but it was not like an hour of entertainment. Like people are going to clip it and they'll play it on Uncle Rico or they'll play it on WATP and then they'll make it entertaining. But John is not an entertaining person. I'm a boring person. I know this, unless I'm writing stand-up and performing it. I'm not that interesting a guy. It was just me making fun of a rummy for an hour. And it's not like something that I worked that I'm proud of.
The Blackcast, $5. This is actually Christian Blackcast. I'm honored to have a super chat. And 100% huge fan of Dennis Miller and all your work you did with him and blah, blah, blah. I'll wash your balls, sir. Liam, how many hours of podcasting has it been today? Also, do you want to see the Planet of Apes tomorrow night at 9:15 at the AMC 16?
Tomorrow is May 9th. Yes, I will go, but I have to ditch out for a party right after.
Dude, you get to go hang out with Christian Bladt. Fucking A, man. That's awesome.
Are you being sarcastic?
Yeah, I'm sure you guys could figure out
No.
how to DM each other.
I think Christian is under the impression you don't like him and you don't want him on your show.
Oh, I'm a huge fan of Christian Bladt.
Okay, so Christian, he's a huge fan of you.
The Blacks.
Can I send him the link?
If you haven't heard it, I hope you're hearing it now for the first time. There you go.
Can I send him the link?
I can talk about Dennis Miller all fucking night and the Blackcast also.
Okay,
which
I'm sending him the
is
link. He can jump on if he wants. He's watching right now.
Awesome.
I'm producing your show now. You're welcome.
Fucking A, man. I'll take it. You are a producer, so you might as well do your job while you're here. Funeral director, $2. Fossil in the hat is unlistenable. Rubbish gremlin.
Yeah, no, he's right. I am going to produce this, but I'm not putting it in my IMDb.
Oh, what? No, you got MLC to put on there instead. You're good.
I was on WTF with Mark Maron.
Yeah, I know. Actually, you do have that as a credit. I saw that one in there.
Twice. On a live show and in the garage.
I mean, what? That was like the third biggest fucking podcast back in the day.
I mean, it was before Obama was on even. So once Obama was on, I was like, holy shit, this is like a big deal.
This is real. It's a real thing.
Pretty sure I was the lowest rated episode in WTF history, though.
Fair enough. Funeral director, $2. Dave giving exclusive content to TSN was gay. Not gonna lie.
What was the exclusive content, Dave?
The video. You're muted, by the way.
Yeah, we can't.
Dave, you're muted.
I gave him one video. I gave him one video of Brian Karam doing karaoke, and they played like 30 seconds of it anyway. It was nothing. It's like 5 minutes. I'll upload it later. But actually, I gave the exclusive to Tukey. So
yeah, you definitely gave. Yeah, while it was happening, you were giving an exclusive. Doesn't get any more. It was more like a man on the scene report.
Wait, and then all the public stuff trickles down to BYB. That's disrespectful.
No, he stabbed me. He did way worse than that. He shanked me in the back. I told Stuttering John, I was like, "Oh yeah, I know this guy Dave Sarra. He's gonna go hang out with you." And then he met him.
You wouldn't even feel it if I shanked you in the back.
Other stuff that pissed him off. It depends on how high. Like the shoulder blade, yes, I will definitely. Scout, $5. Thank you, sir. Liam telling his life story or excuses for being a loser 3 times tonight. Quad having this clown on stabbing John in the back. Yes.
Okay,
wow,
so
that's funny that I had not read that super chat, and he says pretty much what I said. That's funny. I could have just wrote the super chat and had the same message. Yeah, go ahead. First of all, right?
First, now I won't stop saying it. I've gone from can't stop to won't stop. I don't think it's an excuse for being a loser. I think going back to college at any age makes you a winner. But also, I cop to the fact that I have failed a lot in my career. And I used to be terrified of people finding out and calling me a loser. And I just kind of like, if that's the way you feel, it's the way you feel. I'm sorry you feel that way. And I hope, I hope it doesn't affect the way you sleep tonight. As for Quad stabbing John in the back, John, from what I heard.
No, he's talking about Dave. He's talking about Dave being a backstabber.
Oh, okay. I don't know nothing about that.
And that is true. He's correct on that part.
But also, John invited himself on this show, and now he won't even come back to face Dave. Hey, Blatt.
Well,
who are these broadcasters? Hey. No, welcome, Christian Blatt.
Unlike nobody watched that shit.
No, just that one episode where we had that hack on who played the "What Did Jesse Jackson Say" game. That's the only.
Oh yeah, the game. Yeah, the game that I got torched for stealing. I was like, guys.
Anyway, Quadfather, unlike Beetlejuice or Bloody Mary, you only have to say my name once for me to ask for a link to join your show. So I appreciate reaching it out. I was just joking with Liam, and I really threw him off. But I have previously done shows with Dave, Lemmy, and Liam, and I was like, "What's the deal, Quadfather?" But then you talked about how much you liked me on Dennis Miller. So honestly, no matter how the rest of the next few minutes go, I'm a big fan, and I'm a big fan in your book, and vice versa.
Next few minutes, you're taking over for me when I have to go to ratio.
Yeah,
to
no,
get
that's 100%.
But seriously, I did ask the question because I wanted to know. Liam, you did 4 hours on MLC before this, right? So
I sure did.
Is this hour 7? Like, how long have you been podcasting today?
Okay, I can definitely find the message. Quad told me this was like a 2-hour show. I'm just going on ratio to take my lumps because I did talk about him on Kevin's show, and it's only fair to let him respond. We've discussed,
in fairness to me, when I asked you to come on the show, we didn't have an extra hour segment of just you arguing with Stuttering John when I planned it. So I love that it happened on my show, but it was not planned.
Did everybody get a chance? Liam, you must not have seen it because you were on MLC, but John very slowly one finger typing an email to Adam Carolla telling him to never talk to Dave Sarra was one of the most entertaining points of my day. Dave, I hope you caught that.
Are you fucking kidding me?
No, I
told him. You told me to tell him on air that you were at that thing. You said, tell him where I'm at and what I'm doing. And I did. And then he instantly said, oh, okay, well, I know Adam Carolla. I will send him a message right now. Make sure you never get that fucking job. That's the first thing he did instantly.
Yeah, I clipped it. If you can, I could, I guess, drop it in the private chat if you want to see it. I clipped it because John typed so slowly.
Unlike Kevin Brennan, I know how to find the private chat and pull it up.
Yeah, well, I'll also put in some videos of Liam. Liam doing.
Shut up, Blatt. Hold on here. I have something to say. I fucking knew John would do that, and I could prove that I didn't go. Oh my god. Okay. Never mind. I wasn't. So I didn't go for. I wasn't at the Adam Carolla.
You used me to troll.
I wasn't at the Adam Carolla
in 2 days.
No, I wasn't at the Adam Carolla interview. I literally just before I spoke to you was talking to Rochi in Tuki's chat, saying how pissed off I am that on March 30th when I sent out the email asking for the job interview, that they responded back on April 16th and I missed it because it went to my spam folder. And I had just found that out like a few days ago. So I was telling that to Rochi. So I thought, let me see what kind of shit, what kind of garbage fucking human Stuttering John is. And he He's perfect. He did the right thing. Fucking idiot.
All right, evil Dave. Let's play this then.
Adam Carolla. Let me send him the email. Adam, I just heard that
This is the funny part to me.
you have an interview set up with Dave Sarra. This guy is a troll who terrorized.
This might actually get me the job. Oh my God.
I
Thank
tell
you, John.
Doxed everybody there.
This is gold. How did I dox everybody there?
How did he do this
Sorry,
without
man.
giving out Adam Carolla's email on the air? That's what I
Do
want.
me a favor.
He's a
as a
nigga
friend.
playing. I'm a cantaloupe.
Do me a favor as a friend. Don't hire him. Okay. Hit send. And there you go. Okay. So there you go, dickhead.
There
That's
you go.
fucking
Dickhead.
awesome, dude.
There you go, dickhead.
Oh, no. I'm not going to get the $14 an hour job. Shit. Shit.
Yeah, look at you failing. Failure. What a loser.
Just
He's
like my
right.
open,
You are a
just like my
dickhead.
open mic career.
I agree with Quad. You're much more likely to get a job with Adam Carolla if John actually sent that email. I think most people would be like, "Oh, if John hates this guy that much, we'll hire him for $16 an hour."
Right.
Oh, yep. Fucker.
Can we send Ray the links so he can end his show? I think.
Yeah, I was gonna say he's like 2 hours
sorry.
deep in his show too. Yeah, I'll send him the link. Fuck that. Get him over here.
Let him know the show's never gonna end. He might as well jump on.
Yeah, true.
This
Maybe
is half.
maybe
This is
Lemmy.
half an episode of Tukey Soup. If you guys watched last night.
Maybe Lemmy could read super chats. I'll pull them up. She can read them.
I haven't eaten since
I think
breakfast.
she said she wanted to leave. I'll read them for you. If
No, our
That's
producer is
no.
the one. Yeah,
Oh,
okay,
I'm
so
sorry.
he's done, I think.
Okay.
Lemmy, go ahead and read these for us.
Does Dave like hamburger dill or bread and butter chip pickles?
Next question.
Wait, can we open this up to the room? Because that's such a great question.
Are you like a gherkin kind of guy?
Here's the deal, right? First of all, if you're talking on hamburger, then it's bread and butter chip pickle all the way. If you're talking about on its own as a snack, it's dill or nothing.
I'm a deal guy.
All right. I'm gonna go
Deal or
hot,
no deal?
I'm gonna go
I
hot
just came up
take
with that.
here, and I forego the pickling process entirely, and I only want a cucumber. God damn it!
Are you British? You have a cucumber sandwich with mayonnaise or whatever they do?
That actually
He's got a
sounds pretty
cucumber
good.
fetish. No telling where that cucumber's been, right, Dave?
Well, listen, when Christian is taking a break from playing cricket and he sits down to tea, he's got to have a cucumber sandwich cut into 4.
Yeah, cucumbers are cool. Pickles are gay as fuck, especially 60.
Yeah, Liam. Yeah, what does your mom make you?
What does my mom make? Where's that coming from?
I
I think somebody in the chat said you live with your mom. Yeah.
Oh, right. I forgot.
I live with my mom. I live with
No,
my
that's
mom.
the
I think
weird
maybe
thing.
they're trying to
Dave
get
lives
there.
with Liam's mom. That's the very confusing.
Heyo.
I thought his office looked fun. Whoa, bye, Dave. Dave is so angry at you making fun of my mom that he jumped off the show.
He's the most, he's the thinnest skinned out of all the comedians, which are all thin skinned.
He's a regular thin skinner.
Whoa. Can't use that word. No. Skinnicker. Yeah, you really have to force pronounce that word.
You're right. Just to be clear, that's a nickname that Stuttering John gave a guy whose last name is Hinnicker.
Skinnicker.
Ray's here.
Hey, Ray, sorry, we may have gone a couple of minutes longer than we had planned, but that's
Ray.
what happens in the world
Sorry,
of
Ray,
the Dabbleverse.
Ray, I genuinely wanted to jump off the show to go on yours, but Stuttering John jumped on the stream to yell at me. So, and then when I asked why he was a deadbeat dad, it went a little long. So my apologies.
It happens. I only got a few minutes because I'm gonna go hang with Goots, the guy who I'm staying with. But
Goots is better than Christian Bladt, Liam McEneaney, Dave Sarra, Little Lemmy, and the Quad Father. You'd rather go hang out with that one guy than these 5 amazing people. That's ridiculous.
Well, if you're still going when I get back, sure, I'll jump on.
We never stop here, BYB. That's how we do.
It's like the Hotel California. We can check out any time we like, but we can never leave.
I was stream sniping you at the beginning, just for a heads up.
What
streams? You sniped the wrong part.
Oh, I'm taking your channel down. No, shit. I'm taking that channel down, boy.
Ray, you should have started an hour in. That was when the fireworks went off.
I did it while Stuttering John.
You should have started your show an hour later.
I suck.
No,
I thought you comedians had good timing. What happened? Come on.
I suck, dude. I stink.
No,
I'm the worst.
This is the one stream where no one's gonna say that, Ray. This is a safe space.
Fucking Liam says Liam, I do comedy for a living. That's all I do. I like how Liam's like, Ray's not making a living doing. Yeah, it's not a great living, but yes, I make a living doing comedy. It's not a great living, but I am making a living doing it. It's
Ray,
the only job I have, Liam.
You are slightly above the federal poverty line. And you don't have your
slightly
own
above Stevie Lou.
I don't have a fucking mom's house to crash at. I get it.
I don't live in my mom's house, Ray. You keep telling people that, and I don't.
You're there, dude.
I'm
scared to tell
This is
Liam,
my apartment right now.
I'm scared to tell Liam because he knows 2 of my ex-girlfriends. I just told him a girl I was casually dating for like a couple months, and he said her entire name on the fucking internet.
So first of all, we've
Liam,
all seen the we've all seen the My Lost Interest supercut about that.
Well,
you can't
don't
stop
do
talking about her. You can't stop talking about her. First of all,
leave her alone.
Yeah,
but
it seems like true love.
I'm definitely not.
It seems a little bit like true love.
No,
I'm not talking about her. You're the one who talks about her in your show.
Liam knows 2 of my ex-girlfriends personally, and I'm like, I'm not going to tell Liam who they are because Liam will be like, blah 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 and blah blah blah. And they're both married. They're both married and they both have kids.
So Ray,
and they're both friends of mine to this day.
Did I bring up our friend that you went on 2 dates with?
You said her entire name when I
did. I bring her up, and then you said her name in a way that people
You
could
should be asking,
find her.
Ray, you should be asking Christian Bladt relationship advice. You have the man right here, the myth, the legend.
Well, I don't know
Christian
about that.
Bladt.
I mean,
Why
I've
don't you
been
ask
married
him?
for almost 15 years,
Wait,
and
see,
contrary to
Ray, that's the
popular
guy you
belief,
should be asking.
contrary to popular belief, I'm a big Ray Devito fan. You are the funniest comic that I know of from the state of Ohio, and granted, there's just the 2, but I mean, the other guy doesn't hold a candle to you, and
Drew Carey.
Okay. Now you had to try and ruin my whole point. I'm trying to
Roseanne?
prop up Ray because the only
Roseanne's not from Ohio, is she?
Not from Ohio. I'm just
No,
talking
she
about.
opened a diner there. I'm sorry.
I'm just talking about Zumach. You know, I mean, how can
send him the link, Quad.
Stomach to stomach. Come on.
Send Zumach.
I'm pro
the link.
Chad. I'm pro Chad.
Well, I have I'm questioning my friendship with both Don Jameson and Jim Florentine, knowing that he opened shows for them this past weekend. Don Jameson was willing to make himself a middler. He was able to make himself a middler.
Chad's a great middle America. Chad's a great middle America comic. I'm not saying that.
Okay.
He's fucking. He's a pep rally guy, and he's great at it. He's good at it.
Would he be a guy that would be good at doing warm up for TV talk shows? Do you think that would be in his skill set?
Yeah,
I mean,
Chad's a great middle. You're right.
He'd be. I think he would be good at doing that. He's got to watch it a few times to get the thing. But yeah, he's a good hype man. I'm not lying. Chad's a good hype man.
Dave, I didn't know you were still with us. Are you saying? And this
I'm
is
going
you
to jump
saying
off
this.
because like Gooch wants to.
Oh, Ray.
All right,
Yeah,
Gooch lover. All right, go
Ray.
hang out with your real friends. Have at it.
You
I'll be
guys
back if
distracted
you guys
from
are
the fight Ray wanted to have with me. God, I love fighting on Podcast.
How are we
It's
going
the
to pick
best.
on Ray if he's not here? I guess
Go
we
ahead
can
and
just talk
pick on me.
bad
Go
about
ahead
him when he leaves.
Go ahead and pick. Yeah, go
It's
ahead
okay.
and pick on me.
He'll
It's
be in the
fine.
chat.
We'll just
Lemmy
we'll
will
just
pick
trash
on
him
me.
after
Go
you go.
ahead, Lemmy.
Actually, yeah, I've been sitting here the whole time. There is a open micer that frequents my chat room and sends me link to his little sets, and he is like 10 times funnier than you.
Whoa, shots fired.
Shots. Whoa.
Shout
All
out
right.
to Ron from St.
Anyway, he's
Louis.
got to go say hi to Ray Goots now.
Yeah, well, this is much
did he
better.
excuse
We- now-
himself, or did he get shown the door?
No,
I feel
no,
like
he
Yes,
left. He left. I would
That's what I-
never do that to Ray. Are you
Oh my
serious?
God.
He literally asked for it.
Should
No, I
should
like
we
that.
encourage people to go to hackamania.com and use the promo code Ray? Should that be the thing?
Absolutely.
Or if you don't want to spell that out, use the promo code Cardiff. I think that's probably the one you
Yeah.
should be using.
Yeah, if Ray's too complicated for you, then Cardiff should be no issue.
Yeah.
I
no,
feel the
no,
worst-
seriously, use the promo code WATP. I don't want it to have this clip and text it to Carl.
I
They're gonna get
feel the worst
confused
for
by your
that.
background, though.
I feel the worst for that
they're
team
gonna
runaway.
They're gonna
on
put a
I-80.
B instead of a P. Oh, look at this guy. He leaves.
I get
So
it,
what?
Lemmy.
You already talked to
So
Gooch?
some lady that will never leave her basement to go to a comedy show thinks that someone else is funnier than me. I'm fine with it. All right, I love everybody.
Did
Even
you come
Lemmy.
back just to say that?
Florida
you
can't
piece of
have
shit?
basements.
No, no.
We can't have
What up?
basements. First of all, I'll drown.
That's the crazy thing is that Ray that we just saw is actually a Ray from 20 years in the future who traveled back to this moment because he just thought of that comeback for Lemmy. And it's going to change the course of his life forever. It's like Biff Tannen getting the Gray Sports Almanac.
It's like if you gave George Costanza a time machine.
No, come on. All these professional comedians around us, they're all the best, funniest people, obviously.
I
They
think we
prove it
learned
all the time with their quick on the feet responses on podcasts. They're genius level. Mensa, if you will.
I think we learned on
yeah,
the
Christian
MLC today,
Blatt
there are
sitting next
no-
to me, and all I want to do is like fanboy out, be like,
right,
so
I'll
like
shut up.
you like hung out with Dennis Miller.
I went to a Dodger game with Dennis Miller a few weeks ago because the Mets were in town and his son's a big Mets fan. Like
Wait, I just
am,
want to
so
stop for one. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I
what
got.
was he
This is a good time
wearing?
for me to. This is a good time for me to step away. I'll be back in 2 minutes.
Says Liam when you will literally never hear from him again. Quadfather. Yeah, so Dennis, he's mostly retired and very happy.
Yeah, I know.
And more than anything,
I've
he's
really
so happy
listened to your radio show. Between you guys were like you. I think you were just starting, or I don't know how deep into the Black Cast you were, but
yeah,
he
no, I
was
started
bringing you onto the show more and more, like at the end there before.
Yeah,
there
the Blackcast started. The idea it would be sort of like because I would listen, when Howard Stern had his whole channel on Sirius, there was like the after show and the Stern Fan Roundtable and all these other people had shows, and I was like, well, I'm not as good as Howard, but I'm certainly as good as all these other, I'm as good as John Hine or Steve Brandano or any of the people who had shows. So we just started kind of doing it with the guys that I worked with on that show, and that was like 11 and a half years ago. We're about to have our 600th episode, and I wish I had something special planned for it that I could tease right here to you. But Lemmy's going to be on soon. We're gonna talk about Caligula, so I'm very excited about that.
The movie.
Yes,
not just the Wikipedia about the Roman Emperor.
I mean, either way,
really, right? Damn near a
well,
porn.
it was a movie, and then it was like adapted by some pretty famous. But we'll talk about it.
Yeah, no, I can't wait. So that's the tease of that I have. But yeah, Dennis is mostly retired now, and more than anything, he's happy to not be talking about politics. And he called it early during the before election day in 2020. He was just like, he wanted to, there was one debate and he's like, I don't want to talk about it anymore. So everybody thought we were just posting pre-recorded episodes. And they're like, when are you going to record some new episodes? Like, no, he just doesn't want to talk about politics anymore. So he was very disenchanted in that moment, and he was pretty honest about it. I'm not telling any tales from out of school. And if he could do a podcast like the one that Gilbert Godfrey used to do, where he talked about old movies, he'd probably do it 3 times a week. But people expect him to talk about politics.
Yeah. No, and I remember, Godfrey, like a couple months before he died, he just had made a new studio, and it seemed like he was just getting ready to like do his show, and man, and then it was like 2 months later, it was like, oh yeah, he's dead. He's like, oh, son of a bitch. He didn't even seem that sick, when I saw him in the studio and whatnot. But Norm pulled that one off too.
Norm definitely pulled that one off. Yeah. That's
I mean, his face got a little fatter, but that was probably the only thing anyone noticed, right? Like he just looked,
I saw the last time I saw Norm. He was a guest on David Spade had a Comedy Central show, and the episode was Norm, Kevin Nealon, Dennis Miller as guests, and I sat in the green room with all of them. And the conversation in the green room would have ended all of their careers if we had been recording it. The show they did was very good, but the conversation in the green room was unbelievable. And Norm had brought his mom, which is very sweet. So I got to meet Norm's mom. No idea that he was sick. I mean, his mom probably knew, but I didn't.
Right.
By the way,
people should just recognize now that, when people look like fat faced out of nowhere, I think that is like a sign of getting the treatments and whatnot. They must be part of that, right? Getting cancer treatments.
Yeah, I was gonna make a joke about John, but I know you're on his show all the time. So what's the rules in talking about John in front of you?
You can say whatever you want, and he knows that we're on podcast and we say stuff. And if people hold that against me anytime, then that's kind of like their own issue, and I'm okay with it.
And I just want to add.
Go ahead, Liam. Yes,
I already burned that bridge, so just go for it.
Are you sure? I don't know.
He stream sniped who are these broadcasters once, and he watched it for like a minute, and he said, Christian, you're the worst broadcaster ever. And I tell you, coming from him, I was honored. I loved that moment where John said that about me. So I have no notes for John Melendez, but a friend of mine was asking me if I wanted to go up to the Sagebrush Cantina yesterday, and I thought like, it might be fun. But after what I've seen has happened to Dave Sarra, I'm like, oh, thank God I stayed home with my family.
Hey, no, Christian, now's the time to go to Pickwick Pub one afternoon and watch him from afar.
A little bird that may or may not be shaped like a potato has indicated that that's not where he hangs out anymore. So
I was using code. I really don't know. I'm guessing whatever the first bar is that he was going to throw this reunion, that's probably the one that he befouls with his stench.
Well, that's possible, but I'm an admirer from afar. Liam, they say never meet your heroes. And that's how I look at that.
I got to say, this went about as well as I would have ever expected meeting Stuttering John.
Yeah,
I mean, I think I've talked to you about privately also. Oh, we had coffee with Jackie the Joke Man, not to drop others.
Yeah, that was just last week. We had coffee with Jackie the Joke Man, and about a month and a half ago, Liam, myself, and a couple of other fine gents, we had dinner with Jackie the Joke Man at the Smokehouse in Burbank, and Jackie's a delight to be around. He will still tell jokes at dinner or at coffee that he wouldn't tell if he was a guest on a show, but he'll still tell. He won't tell all the jokes, Quad. There's some that they're lost to the antiquities of time, but there's still a few that
not necessarily. He still goes on Anthony Cumia's show, and when you see and with a lot of guests, when they go on Anthony's show, they know they're behind a paywall and they have a little bit more leeway with what they say. You will see more truth come out of people on shows like that.
What you're saying makes me think that if it had been Ant's show and I super chatted, Liam, do you want to go see Planet of the Apes tomorrow night? The Ant might have had a joke for that none of us would have, but Ant might have come up with
something about visiting the Brooklyn or something like that, or
But
I can imagine.
Here's the thing, right? First of all, no, Jackie's a delight. When Jackie dies, a huge chunk of American comedy is going to go with him because he does know every joke.
Agreed.
That being said, we were not behind a paywall at dinner. Jackie very loudly told a joke that involved using an Amos and Andy voice for one of the characters, and he did it at what I can only describe as the top of his lungs.
What kind of riverboat is this? You can find that joke actually. I'll find Jackie telling that joke. So yeah,
I say that with a lot of respect because I just Jackie and I are friends, and I don't want to make an enemy out of Jackie.
No.
And as I say with all respect, I had to cover my face with my shirt because I just had this image of someone videotaping us at some point.
Well, I'm glad that Dave Sarra wasn't at the smokehouse that day. He would have been at another table filming us, but we would have.
Yeah, well, how do you guys feel about all these? So last night was a little different because all he was filming was John singing and whatnot. But how do you feel about all these other guys running around filming comedy sets? Like the comedians seem to make it a big deal, but I can't imagine it. I don't know. I don't seem to think it's a huge deal, but also I understand on their side, it's their property.
I will say, people filming Stuttering John bombing and calling comedy clubs and fucking with comedy clubs that book them, I think that's over the line.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think that obviously the comics who can afford to do it, Chappelle and Louis are two who, if you go to their show, you don't have your phone. It goes in one of those, what do they call it? Yonder bags. And when you can do that, that's great. But, if you're going on at 10:43 at the Comedy Cellar, you're probably not getting to insist that people take their phones away, unless you're one of those guys. So I think that, honestly, I feel like probably a lot of comics are like, well, I'm not going to work on that joke in that room because, I'm probably going to get filmed. And I think it's okay, to what you're talking about specifically last night, Quadfather. I'm not sucking up to Carl just because I have a show on his network Tuesdays at 2 p.m. Eastern, 11 a.m. Pacific. Who are these broadcasters? Please tune in. When he was
to Carl, no matter what.
Long before I ever had a show, I would always suck up to Carl. The fact that Carl was like, the stuff that's on a stage that was filmed, I feel like we can show on this show. But he didn't want to show the conversations that had been filmed, even though some of them were seemingly very funny. But and I was like, yeah, John was on a stage there, and I mean, that rendition of Roadhouse Blues is forever burned in my memory. I know a lot of people were making jokes on Tukey Soup and during WATP that there were a lot of comments that Jim Morrison would have looked at that and been like, wow, this guy's too drunk. That's not my joke. Somebody else said it. But it made me laugh out loud when I heard that. So
that is a good joke.
Yeah, I think stuff like that's fine. But yeah, I know, Liam, to your point that, if I had a vendetta against you and I knew that you were trying to do 30 shows in 30 nights, and I started trying to figure out where you were going to pop up just so that I could film jokes bombing so I could send them to John, I'd be an asshole because that seems very targeted. If somebody leaks a joke of Louis C.K. bombing, what can they possibly do to him? Even if you peel it back a few layers and you have somebody that's much, that's not say a guy like Ian Fidance, who people who really know comedy know him. All right, so you leak a joke of Ian bombing. It's not like he's not going to be on a bunch of podcasts the next day, and he's going to be fine. So I don't know. I think if you're targeting somebody that really is maybe trying hard to make a name for themselves, that then you probably shouldn't be sitting at their shows and trying to make them look worse, And
I will say, in addition to that, look, when John was still doing stand-up, we all know what his life was like, right? And he wasn't making a ton of money on Super Chats like he is now. And he was living in that Canoga Park hovel. And stand-up comedy was an important part of his revenue stream. I mean, it just was. And so to call comedy clubs and to leave shitty Yelp reviews for comedy clubs because it's fun to goof on John, that's a step too far. It just is. Fucking with the guy's money like that is a step too far. Calling,
and with that,
calling, you know where the high school is that he teaches. Calling that high school to get him fired, that's a step too far.
Let me play devil's advocate though,
Okay.
because Carl did not share it, but there's video of John noticeably inebriated, and I'll say allegedly getting behind the wheel of a car and driving home. So allegedly that exists. If you did have it and you felt like, oh, I should send that to his school because this is maybe somebody that shouldn't be in front of kids, are you motivated for the wrong reason? And I'm again, it's really just devil's advocate because I would stay out of it if it was me. You know, Carl's not interested in passing that along, he said. So I think that's the right approach.
The problem
I too have drunk a ton of times, drove drunk. I've done it a lot of times, not for a very long period of time, but I have done it. But I get it. So do you think that's different being a teacher than just being a regular person?
I think the thing is, weren't people sending clips from his podcast to Canoga Park High School? I thought that was the deal.
I don't know. That could very well be the case. And
yeah, he said that Carl got him fired from his job or whatever. So Shuli.
I mean, and by the way,
maybe a mixture of the two.
As we saw today, I'm the last person to wash John's balls or defend him in any way. But I'm just saying, as a general life rule, you know, the problem is when someone is doxing you and fucking with you and you have them on your show every day and they're your lawyer, that's when it becomes like, well, is this guy fair game?
Yeah, I think these are all good questions. I think in general, I think everybody who watches John in any way, they figure he has made his filthy bed with sheets that haven't been changed in months. So let him lie in it. It'll eventually happen. You know, I don't know. That's the feeling I have. You know, I have an exclusive for you, Quadfather, if you'd be interested in letting me share something on my screen.
Yes, of course.
So a friend of mine, Count Connor, who people know in various chats, he said to me, I've found an image of the keychains that John didn't have ready for last night's show. So if you'd be interested in putting it up on the screen, I think you should see it right there. This is from my friend Count Connor. And he says that this is the keychain that John was trying to give out. And it's possibly...
Yeah, that makes sense.
This might be a farcical email that I received. I might be a little bit embarrassed now that I see it on the big screen. But I thought that it might be...
Oh, did you get trolled, Christian? It looks like maybe you got trolled. Who knows?
Yeah, Count Connor, you did it again. You really got me on this one. I guess that's not the real keychain. But if you could make one of those,
you got him, Count Connor. You got him.
If you want to make one for me, I would be happy to have it there. Yeah,
I gotta
we're both rushing to try and get that off the screen.
I know the context.
No, it's all good. It's funny.
I know the context. Otherwise, it looks like the end of a celebrity sex tape.
Oh shit! And not a straight one, allegedly.
Allegedly, yeah.
But also really.
But also really. Oh my goodness.
I'm gonna go.
Is Ray coming back? What's going on?
Well, he said he was, but you know, with Ray, that could be 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Who knows?
Right.
I don't even think that Ray remembers that you asked him about me one time, because I drew the ire of Ray Devito, Quadfather, because there were two instances where I sent Carl an email and I was like, hey, you might want to hear Ray on the Jim and Sam show. He had a terrible appearance. I clipped it for you. And Carl said, why don't you come on and talk about it? And I'm like, okay. So I did that. And then I think there was another time that I found a clip of Ray insulting a female guest that he had. So I actually like Ray. He seems like a very nice guy.
Which female guest were you talking about? Like Minji?
No, it's not somebody who I know who it was. I think, you know what? Carl might have found the clip. The clip I'm thinking of some woman was talking about Leonardo DiCaprio, and Ray said, "You're too old for him." Now that might have actually been the clip that Carl pulled, but I think the one that I pulled was in the same episode. So it's hard to keep it all straight. Yeah.
Wasn't it like that 20-year-old girl that he found, and he put her on his chat, and you could just kind of see her kind of getting the idea about what Ray was about as the show went on?
That is that. Yes, that's exactly what it is. Yes.
Well, Ray, we know that Ray has to take out his anger on women, especially when they are walking along the side of the road on I-80, allegedly.
Yes, especially when they're drifters whose families haven't seen them in years. Yes.
He likes to see the light in their eye twinkle out and go away forever.
Right. Yeah.
It's unfortunate. Scout, $5. You didn't read chats when John was on. Ruined the whole show, rookie. Hey, I'm just doing the best I can. You can't just stop an argument like that to read super chats. Are you kidding me, Scout? Come on, man.
No, but the guy behind you, Quad, would have done that. Yeah, there's a time and place for super chats. I do a show where we don't get very many of them, so they don't get in the way. But I think it's always fine. I like shows that save them for the end, actually. So I think you did the right thing.
Yeah, I could not stop that for doing it. Plate of shrimp, $2. Thank you, sir. Liam is such a nobody. Kevin Brennan lets him do other shows.
It's true. I have Kevin's express written consent for me to do BYB.
Oh, okay. Well, let's get into that. I didn't actually catch that part of the show. What did he say when you were like, hey, I'm going on BYB? Was he receptive?
I don't think he cared. I think the thing is, there are a few shows that are hosted by people Kevin hates. And I think when he has a regular go on these shows, it makes him furious. Like, it really makes him angry, and he takes it very personally, and it feels to him like a stab in the back. And I think, like, for someone like me, where it's like I'm on his show once a month, it's not that personal for him. Like, if I did WATP, he wouldn't be applauding me, and he'd probably clip it and, like, yell about it the next day. But it wouldn't be a thing where he's like, this is my guy, and he's going behind my back to one of my enemies. That's my personal take on it. I'm not speaking for Kevin.
My guy. Yeah, but you're not his guy yet.
Isn't Kevin Brennan pulling clips of you kind of like the tree that falls in the woods? If he can never figure out how to share the video and get it up on the screen, then did he actually share it? Did he actually snipe a stream that he couldn't figure out how to highlight in the box and drag over?
Yeah, well, watching him struggle with the private chat today was funny. And you know how many times that has come up on his podcast? Like, you have to learn that. Kevin, watch one fucking training video from YouTube on how to use StreamYard. 20 minutes, you'll know everything and move on with your life and actually be able to show clips.
I wish Tukey was here so that I could ask him, hey, what would it sound like if he was making fun of a clip of Liam? You know, I'd be like, look at his fucking beard. What do you have in your beard there? What were you eating for lunch? We can all see it, you fucking idiot.
My beard? You think he'd start with my beard?
Nah.
I think the beard thing would be what he finished with after he dissected everything else.
I like you too much to have started where he would.
No, I understand. But listen, all right. First of all, listen, right? No. What I will say. No, I think if I told John I was going to go on Point Dabble Point this week because I knew it would fuck with his head. I'm not going on Point Dabble Point this week. I'm not invited. I don't think those guys necessarily want my perspective on anything. But I will say, if I did, Kevin and I might have a talk about it.
Because it's on the same time as his show, right?
It's the same time as his show, and it's hosted by two people he hates.
Oh, yeah. Carl and producer Chris. Yeah. No,
and Shuli.
Nobody likes. No, I know. I was kidding.
I officially have had three people that do Kevin Brennan's show regularly say they can't go on BYB. for reasons of hatred. I do believe. I can't imagine why he doesn't like me. I mean, it's almost like I fuck with him back when he messes with me. So I don't think he likes criticism. Let's leave it at that.
I think someone was in a room once, Quadfather, and heard you laugh at a joke his brother Neil told, and that put you on the dead to him list. And there's no coming back from that.
Yeah. Neil Brennan, the funnier Brennan. Oh, shit. Uh-oh.
See, that's why you're trying to build bridges. That's the wrong way to do it.
You know, I'd rather watch stand up from Margaret Brennan, who hosts Face the Nation on CBS. I think she has a tighter 5 than KB does. But your point about Point Dabble Point, first of all, I'm sure that they would welcome you, but you're right. KB would be upset. Not only have they had me on Point Dabble Point, but perhaps you missed the episode with Corn Diff. So clearly there are standards that I think you meet, Liam.
If they ask
only
me,
after playing your mandolin, taking a nap, and talking to Carl's wife, I believe is the way he puts it.
Who is delightful.
Carl's
and
got a
amazing.
mom wife. Carl's a nobody. He's a homo. He's gay.
I will just say, yeah, I'm not saying they wouldn't have me on. I'm just saying the invite's not there. Maybe after tonight, it might be. And if it did, I would do it, and I would probably let Kevin know in advance so he doesn't think I'm sandbagging him.
Right.
And that is a courtesy.
Liam, you're gonna betray me like that? Fuck you, Liam.
E2, Liam. Liam, I knew it was you. You're a fucking idiot.
I will say, when I'm on Ray's show, he knows it, and he lets me know that he's watching.
Right.
But you know, like he's not like it would be a very short conversation, because if someone said to me, "You can't do other shows and do mine," I would probably stop doing every show, because that's the point where I just don't fucking want drama like that.
Well, you can always come on the Blackcast and review episodes of the Chevy Chase show. I will always
That was
have you.
Honestly, you guys go find those 2 episodes. That was a blast.
We had a lot of fun doing
And we did make one guy walk off the show.
No one saw that.
No one saw it.
No one saw that. That got edited out.
Oh, right. I'm not supposed. Oh, God. I'm turning into Ray.
No, I was going to say that's why you record shows. You don't do them live like me, because then you stay out of getting.
I usually do my shows live, Quadfather. That was one that I was so glad that we had recorded it, because someone did get very upset. And when you watch it, you'd never know. You really would never know. You know, the audio was easy to fix. Video was a little trickier, but everybody was happy in the end, and that's all that really matters.
Well, unlike you, we actually do a show where we hope to have a walk-off, and I don't mean hit a home run either.
You're not going to have the legend on, is what you're saying.
Well, I will have him on, but he's going to have to prove who he is first. No, it's all good.
One thing I'll say about Kevin. One thing I'll say about Kevin Brennan is I did give him $8 once, because I needed to join his Patreon, because I needed this clip of him ragging on my co-host Eric Zane. It was really funny. This guy's a fucking nobody. Let's look at your videos for the month of February. Oh, look, you had 21. Oh, you went up to 28. It was great. It was well worth the $8. So
here's the point. I watched that. I watched that, and here's the point Zane made. And here's the interesting thing about Kevin. Zane was like, "I'm a fan of yours, asshole."
Yeah.
And a lot of these people Kevin doesn't like are fans of his.
Agreed. Yeah.
Like if he decided to dead me tomorrow and cursed me out on his show, I would listen to it while I was driving to school laughing like I do anything else.
And I don't know why I have the exact same reaction, but for some reason, no matter what he does, I would still do a show. And I still laugh every time he makes fun of me or brings up my name. I don't feel that way about anyone else in the Dabbleverse. Like, if Chad brings up my name, it annoys the hell out of me. And I like, don't talk about me. That's how I feel about it. But when Kevin does it, it's like, I don't know. It makes me laugh every time. He's funny. I hate it.
Beloved chatter in the chat is saying, "Stop, please, we beg you." What is that? What's going on, beloved chatter? Super chat us and let us know.
Yeah, super chat us. Let us know.
we can't. We can't read chats that don't have a dollar amount attached to it.
Not tonight. Most of the time, I do actually have that capability, but when you get behind on somebody's super chats, it's almost impossible to keep up with the private chat.
Although the guy who says that KB has more funny in his herpes than the entire WATP posse, that's actually a pretty funny joke. So I know that's not a super chat, but I decided to read it. He just wrote herp, but we knew what he meant.
Yeah, we're about 30 super chats behind.
What are you talking about? What herp? I don't see any herps. What are you talking about? All right. Son of a bitch. Get it off the screen here. All right. Liam and his disgusting itching, his dandruff-filled beard, and dandruff flakes all over. Scout, $5. Thank you.
Well, that is the subject. Now we need you to do another $5 super chat for the action part of that sentence. Does it make it right for yourself?
And if we're gonna rewrite that super chat, Scout, thank you for the $4.99. He mentioned dandruff twice, so I think you could have gone in there and said something else. So the dandruff flakes all over is good, but what else is his beard filled with? Might I suggest jizz?
I was going to go the other way because everyone's been calling me fat all show.
Oh, okay.
And just say like maybe gravy or a turkey leg or something like that.
Perhaps pepperonis. I do believe they make gravy in your mouth. Yes, they make gravy in your mouth, from what I understand.
Not only am I so disgusting, I have food in my beard. It's dog food because I'm that poor.
Right, it's Alpo in a can. Yeah, yum yum. Eat up.
By the way, I can't believe I'm the first person to ever tell John that John's neglected cat is making fun of him in his name.
That's the one part that I saw, and his response of "It is." It's called John's neglected cat. Yeah. Yes, that's making fun of you. He's a fucking
what was
idiot.
the name of the cat that died that he neglected?
Magneto,
or R.I.P. Magneto. The rest of his cats.
Well, Magneto sounds evil anyway, so maybe it's better that he did pass on.
Well, his other cats are obese, which means he's probably feeding them the cheapest, crappiest food that he could afford.
Sharing with his cats, you mean?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, of course.
The cheapest food that Vince sends to him, although I believe Vince isn't sending him food right now.
Oh, Magneto!
Allegedly
we're having chicken liver tonight.
Unidabbler, $2. Are you a pickle man, Dave? Dave's not here. Dave's not
here, man. Thanks for not being here, Dave, so we could do that.
That works out.
Okay.
Dom DeLuise, $5. Thank you, sir. Yeah, you're looking very healthy for a person that's not alive. Liam, with all due respect, Stuttering John made you look bad. He beat you. You may think you were winning, but you weren't. I'd be embarrassed if I were you.
I'm going to address every single aspect of this.
Let me read it again because I totally blew it. Dom DeLuise, $5. Liam, with all due respect, Stuttering John made you look bad. He beat you. You may think you were winning, but you weren't. I'd be embarrassed if I were you.
Okay, let me address every single part of this. First of all, thank you for the respect. I appreciate the fact that you honor a man in my position in the Dabbleverse. Secondly, don't care. Thirdly, great. He can go to bed tonight thinking that. Fourthly, nobody wins when you have that kind of argument in public. Everyone looks bad. Fifthly, if you were me, you'd be embarrassed because you spent $5 insulting someone who you have said doesn't matter. So I hope that covers every single part of your super chat. And I hope that when you can't afford Wi-Fi at the end of the month, you think about this moment between us.
You know, I said this earlier in the chat. I don't think that's the real Dom DeLuise. Someone else in the chat then chimed in that they thought that perhaps it was Peter DeLuise, his son from 21 Jump Street.
You know what would be great is if he proved it was him because he super chatted.
Yeah. I grew up
get a lot of mileage out of that Dom DeLuise impression, don't you? I'm gonna take these rosary bleeds right here. You mean these bleeds right here?
I'm gonna get me an ambulance. I'm gonna drive cross country with Burt Reynolds' son. I'm super chatting all the way.
Oh, God damn it! I wish we could go see Cannonball Run tomorrow night instead of a stupid Planet of the Apes movie.
I've seen it. Not that great.
Planet of the Apes or Cannonball Run?
Cannonball Run. I will say I watched The Fall Guy last night, and it reminded me of Cannonball Run because it was directed by an ex-stuntman, and the stunts were amazing.
Yep.
And everything between the stunts depended entirely on if Emily Blunt and Ryan Gosling were on screen. It was great because you just love watching those two because they're real movie stars. And then everything else was extremely hit or miss.
Yeah, but it had Kiss on the soundtrack, so obviously I really enjoyed it.
Fair
Look at
point.
Johnny Russo. I believe he did actually co-write both of Anthony's books. Quad, you should talk to him. I would talk to him on one of my shows. And if Liam had a show,
100%.
he'd probably talk to you too.
Send them the chat. Send them the link right now.
Yeah, Quad's going to do another 3.5 hours. By the way, I do have to go in about 5 minutes. I got to put my son to bed, but I'll probably come back after and see that you're still on. So
yeah,
I would
I would like to go at some point.
No, let's go ahead and read these super chats and we can just wrap this show up. It's 3.5 hours into this one, and I've already done hour and a half on Stuttering John. So yeah, we've done hours of podcasting today for everyone's enjoyment, I hope.
And an hour and a half of listening to Stuttering John is 4 human hours.
So yeah, so add the hours to me because I was on his show. Yeah, right.
Right.
Johnny
That's what I'm
Russo,
saying.
$5. Thank you, sir.
Johnny Russo, email me blackcast@gmail.com. I would love to talk to you.
Don't do it. It's a trap.
That's all right. It's a trap.
And if you're,
It's a trap.
I was gonna say if you're on Twitter, geez, let's do this.
Oh yeah.
Johnny Russo, be aware, it is a commitment of your time.
Yeah, you think 3 hours and 32 minutes is a long show. You've never sat for a Blackcast.
Johnny Russo, I co-wrote both Ant's books. Did an interview with Cardiff a month ago. New book is old school Scorched Earth Kumia. Let me jump on the podcast someday. Yes.
Actually,
absolutely. We'd love to have you on. So,
Johnny, can I ask a question right now? Is there anyone, like, obviously, I'm not surprised he would go after like Stuttering John or anyone from the Stern Show for that matter. But is there someone like you would be surprised that he goes after in this book? Like someone where you're like, wow, I didn't even know he had an opinion about that person.
Yeah, surprisingly, he trashes Donald Trump in the whole book. You would never have guessed that Ant would do that, but that's the surprising thing. That's why Ant's always keeping you guessing.
I would drop dead of shock.
Yeah, I've got a hint that that's probably not the case.
he reveals he actually doesn't like Daniel Carver.
Yeah.
Oh, I loved Daniel Carver. You know, what a simpler time when you could have somebody from the Klan on Hollywood Squares. And
have yucks with him.
Well, that was when we all agreed that the Klan was bad.
Well, you know, it's a little complicated now. Yes, no, we all used to be able to agree on that. Yeah.
Doodle $2. Send Ray and Granny the link. Wow. Ray and Granny don't seem to get along. I tried to mix those two up quite a bit. And for some reason, Granny just cannot find himself sitting on the same podcast with Ray without having mean things to say about him. And whatever, Ray's Ray. We love Ray. Come on. You can't pick on the guy.
Now, is Doodle the same as Mr. Doodle, or is that's a different chatter, right? Because Mr. Doodle always wants you to talk more about whatever kind of doodle dog that is. This is somebody different, right?
Yeah, I think there is a Mr. Doodle. Correct.
Yeah, well, Mr. Doodle, we'll send you the link.
We'll send everybody the link. I'll just post it on Twitter and everyone can go click it. Do it. Let's do it. Who did that? No, Stilto did that. Put out the link for Keanu's show, KikiCast. You know,
yeah,
Gino and Keanu.
Of course. Yeah.
And of course, someone grabbed the link and jumped on there and porn bombed them super fast. As per usual, if you make the one little mistake, that's all it takes, and you're gonna get a porn bombing, unless you're well versed in it, which I am. I've even had like Ski Mask pull his weenie out on my show, but thank God it was so small the algorithm didn't even pick it up.
I think
what a convenient.
I think Beloved Chatter's turned on me.
Oh, I switched over to the private chat because I'm really thin-skinned. People were being way too mean to me, so I had to stop.
You must be a comedian then.
Yeah.
Thin-skinnica.
Big W, $5. Christian, I've been wanting to ask you about Norm's Holocaust denying
okay.
puppet for a
so
while.
he had to write that. So Norm would talk about so we were lucky on Dennis Miller's radio show that we would have Norm Macdonald call in every week for a while. And until somebody said that maybe we should do it less often, and it wasn't Dennis. And then Norm didn't really call for a while, but he used to call in every week. And at one point he talked about how he was working on a ventriloquist act, and he had his bag of puppets, or as he called them, his guys. Now, I don't remember the first three that he described, but one of them, his name was Old Jackson. Now, Old Jackson's not particularly popular. And remember, this is Norm telling us. And you ask him, why is that? Well, he's a Holocaust denier. So he had one ventriloquist dummy who was convinced that the Holocaust didn't happen. And you could never get him to talk about anything else. You'd try to change the subject, but Old Jackson, he would just dig his heels in. And just the fact that he had that thought process is kind of all that I ever needed to know, that Norm Macdonald was brilliant. And I do wonder, Big W, who got custody of Old Jackson? If I know Norm as well as I did, it's in a trunk at Lori Joe's house somewhere, because all of Norm's treasured items probably went to Lori Joe, who anybody who followed Norm closely, you know, he worked with this woman, Lori Joe, for decades. And she was so sweet that about 9 months after he had passed away, she responded to an email of me trying really hard to get Norm on Dennis's final podcast. And I just never got any answers. And she's just like, I'm so sorry I never got back to you. And I'm like, you don't have to apologize. He was dying. He was sick. There's no need for that apology. But bringing it back to Old Jackson, I believe he's got a show on Compound Media starting June 1st.
Wait, that was a real puppet? Like he actually had puppets?
Wow.
No.
That's fucking news if I've ever heard it. Have you told
not.
anyone else that?
He did not actually have the puppets. No.
Hey, listen, Norm was crazy. You never know.
That's true.
Do you know what time? Is that going to be like a morning time slot? 4 days a week?
It's taking Bill Schultz's slot.
Morning just left
with Old Jackson. Yep. Yeah, with Old Jackson.
Well, they're doing it on YouTube, in all fairness, just for them. Check them out on YouTube.
You know, I was on Don Jameson's final episode of his show for Compound Media, and also on that show were both Bill Schultz and Gino Bisconti. And somehow I was able to, and I was on via Zoom, so I was still able to get in a few jokes somehow, despite the fact that
I was going to say, how many words did you get in?
Well, I knew how to lean into Gino, and I tried to out conspiracy theory him. He was talking about how Anne Heche didn't really die, and zoom in on this video, and you can see the ambulance. It was a whole thing
from the movie.
And then I said to him,
the movie.
And I just deadpanned. I said that, like, will you know why that had to happen? And he's like, no, I don't. Ellen said we had to get rid of her because she knew too much. And it was like all these light bulbs went on in his head. And then he realized that I was fucking with him. And I got a chuckle out of Gino. He was in the chat earlier, but I don't know if he's still here.
I would say, can I just say one thing? My favorite Norm on Dennis Miller bit was when he just went ahead without explaining what he was doing, giving zero context to the bit, just did a full-on goof on Jimmy Stewart's poem about his Bo the dog.
Yep.
And just read his own poem, didn't explain that it was a Jimmy Stewart poem that he was making fun of. And not only that, when Dennis went to commercial, he came back and Norm finished the bit.
Finished the poem. Yeah, that was a Thanksgiving poem. You can find those on YouTube. It's a compilation of our weekly appearances from Norm, which, by the way, we did those in like 2007 and 2008. And by the time the show ended in 2015, we had to edit them for content. The world had changed so much in those few years. He had a joke where he said that, I don't have any, this is Norm Macdonald saying this. This isn't my opinion. He said, I don't have a problem with Indians. It's the engines that I don't like. And
right.
we had to cut that out. Yeah.
That's hilarious. Yeah. All his stuff is
the engines.
Norm's
that I don't
the best. Yeah. It's just amazing how genius he was, really, looking back.
Yeah.
I think everybody does that retrospectively, right? Like every time one of the comedians dies, then they go back and look at all their archives and like, wow, wait a minute, this guy was a genius, but when they're alive, like even Carlin, he had a bunch of specials and stuff, but it's weird how now in 2024, you can go back and look at all the stuff he said was so poignant. Which maybe I kind of glossed over when it was happening because it was like, whatever, some kooky guy has all these weird opinions, but when you go back and look, it's hilarious, man. They're the best.
See, this is why I had to turn the chat off earlier because as Captain Miserable says, this guy worked for Dennis Miller. It adds up now, douchebag. All right, it's fine. Ed says I would watch the BS show any day over WATB. I think most people would. It's fine. We have our 100 to 106 viewers live every Tuesday. We have a fun little community there. We're no BYB show. We're no MLC, but we have fun.
No. We're typically around that ourselves. That's about what we run, about 100. So yeah, when we have Stuttering John and Liam and Christian Bladt on our show, everything pops up a beat.
I'll take billing after Ray DeVito, but I need to be billed ahead of Dave Sarra. I insist on that.
Oh, Dave Sarra, you think he's going to make the list of people? Like,
okay, all right.
I don't think you can put that many people in the names anyway, so we're good on that. There won't be room for him. That's all I'm saying.
I am going to say WATB is in my rotation. It's tough to listen to when I'm driving because a lot of it's visual.
Yeah. Thank you for saying that. And it's tough. I try to not do too many purely visual gags, but sometimes it's too hard not to. And
well, it's like I was walking around the house this week listening to your show, and I was getting ready to not go see a movie. And then suddenly Zane starts just shouting about how attractive a newscaster was.
Yep.
And then I had to go back and rewind it and see what he was talking about.
She did have a really big nose, didn't she?
Are we talking about the Cape Coral stuff when they started showing that news channel from down in Cape Coral? They're so hot, every one of them. It's ridiculous. It's like, what the hell? They got something in the drinking water down there.
You do have a celebrity in the chat, not for the first time tonight. Hack Ride says, Christian Bladt is my favorite Faster Pussycat fan. Tame me down as a puss magnet. Hack Ride might make fun of me for some of the late 80s, early 90s hard rock bands that I'm a fan of. Some people would call it hair metal, but that's our word. You don't get to use it.
Hack Ride, I hate to tell you this, but I believe it's pronounced tie me down. And now I think you get the pun.
Yeah, we don't like hacka ride around here. That guy's evil. He's a demon, in fact. Denny Brand, proud father of Kevin Brennan, $5. Hey, Dave, how are you going to afford your AZT or poppers now that Stuttering John nixed your job with Corolla? How can you work for Ray DeVito?
No, you can work for Ray DeVito. He's saying,
now that he can't get my eyes are blurry at this point. Honestly, I'm starting to read like shit. Hey, Dave, how are you going to afford AZT or poppers now that Stuttering John nixed your job with Corolla? You can work for Ray DeVito.
He left one of the K's off of work for Ray DeVito.
Work.
Yeah, there's only 2 K's there.
So you guys are still posing as Kevin's family, after his show is well off the air, and he's definitely not watching this anymore.
No.
Like, I
But
think
the
you guys
alt
can-
still exists, and they have to use the alt to go around and be recognized everywhere, which is advertisement, I guess, for your alt advertisement. Is that what they mean?
Well, Quadfather, I
alt
want to
comedy.
thank you. I want to thank you for
Yeah,
having
yeah.
me on.
No, I don't-
unlike
and I don't
Liam,
have
unlike
your,
Liam, I'm going to leave. But let's. I'll be happy to come on again, and I'd be
Please
happy
do.
to talk about Dennis Miller, Norm Macdonald, anything you want me to talk about.
Yes.
But
A lot of that.
I appreciate the kind things you said before I came on, and yes, that's exactly why I came on. Because I am definitely a suck up, and I soak
I have
it all
nothing
up.
but shower for praise of you, sir, and I do
Yes.
appreciate you popping on. Is there?
Well, I'll
anything
come
you
on.
wanted
I'll
to
come on
shout
for
out?
that golden shower anytime. But please make sure to check out Who Are These Broadcasters Tuesdays, 2 p.m. Eastern, 11 a.m. Pacific on the Who Are These Podcast Network. And please go to hackamania.com. Use the promo code WATP for 20% off. It'll be very exciting. I am looking forward to Hackamania, and I hope everybody who is thinking of going decides, now that I said it, you should go. And I have my personal podcast, Blackcast, BLADTCAST. And as I mentioned earlier, probably next week, I'm going to be talking about Caligula with Lemmy. And my most recent episode featured admitted middler between Chad Zumach and Jim Florentine. Don Jameson was on the Blackcast. But thank you, Quadfather. Liam, I'll text you.
I'll
I
reach
think-
out
I
to
think
you
we're gonna-
on.
Let's
X.
confirm tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm going. So if you want to go, you can be there, but that's fine. And
Listen,
Peter Sky
I-
Parker says, "Wrap it up, Chris." You're right.
I have a AMC, so I have 2 movies left for this week. So let's do it. I just have to confirm. I have to go to a party that night, and I have to confirm I can do both. That's all.
All right. I'm sure everybody's glad we're talking about it, but I will.
And the
I
super
will see
chatters
you.
are welcome to come also.
Yeah, quit breaking the fourth wall, man. We're a pro
Right.
show over here. We're
Right,
a
exactly.
pro show.
We're a pro show.
I'm
all right,
talking.
well,
I'm talking to you allegedly, but also really, you are coming with us.
Yes. All right. Well, I'm going to go, but thanks again for having me. And Quadfather, Liam, I don't know, give him some way to get in touch with me. Whichever one you choose. So
I'll give him your everything.
yeah, right. Exactly. That exact chi. All right. Peace out.
Bye.
Thanks. Dave
Now,
Willis
who are we sending the
Stage.
link to? I don't want the show to
Send
ever end.
Pickles link. Send Pickles the link. Yeah, you
Oh my
sure
God.
don't want the. Yeah, I doubt that.
I don't want to threaten you, but if any fruits or vegetables jump on the chat, I'm leaving.
No, we literally have 4 more super chats to go, or
Okay.
5, and then it's over. I think 4 hours is a long enough podcast after a 3-hour podcast. I think 7 hours of podcasting is legit. That's a full day. Beloved chatter, $2. I too messaged Corolla to pass on Dave. Took less time. Beloved chatter, you weren't a member before today. I swear you were. What happened? Or did you get gifted one?
I think the thing is, the guy just sends everybody money all day, so he might forget to like join a channel or
Yeah.
send his money in or
Yeah, beloved chatter, make sure you send me money too. Don't forget about me. I think everybody probably says that to him, right? Come on,
And my
beloved, don't
Venmo-
forget about me, man.
My Venmo is hey-it's-Liam. If you want to send me some money,
Right, and I'll show your link tree here in a minute too, so they can find you. Beloved chatter became a YouTube member. Beep, 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 beep. Yes, thank you very much, sir. And of course, John's Gimpy Halloween hand, $2. I do love the name, and I like the Mike Tyson Punch-Out thing there too. If John had real friends, family, he'd be in 5150. That's a mental hold for a mental breakdown. 5150.
it's the code in Los Angeles for involuntary incarceration in a mental facility.
Yeah, like Liam said.
Sorry. All right, we've been on too long. We're
You
starting to
said it
fight.
way better. That's why you're here. You say things better. See, that's why I asked you to be a guest, because you're
It's not what the
superior
chat
to myself.
Liam has few abilities because he's obese. That's very true.
Is it because he's obese? Is that the actual reason?
That's what not Jimmy Stewart says. And he's not Jimmy Stewart, so I have to believe him.
Yeah. I like Jimmy Stewart. He's an all right guy. That whole breakdown of It's a Wonderful Life. The fact that he just had come back from war and World War II, as a matter of fact, the B-29 Fortress bomber.
Right. In real life, yes.
And he was actually fucking melting down from shell shock at the movie, his first role coming back from war. And he was actually having like a mental breakdown and ended up doing that movie, which worked out perfect because everything on screen, mental breakdowns and shit, were probably partially real.
Yeah, and it's, you know what, man? Jimmy Stewart, look, respect to Jimmy Stewart. If I was a huge star and I was dealing with PTSD while I was making a movie, I'd probably pass. I'd probably take a year off and deal with that. But he's such a good actor, you couldn't tell.
Yeah. Or he was having such good meltdowns that it was great to have it on film. And maybe we were watching something a little beyond acting. It's interesting to think about when you watch that movie. Maybe he really jumped into a freezing river. Who knows? Maybe that happened. Ace, $5. I am sending this super chat from the past. I'm about an hour behind watching Liam surgically take Stuttering John apart. Respect.
Thank you, Ace.
Re-aspect.
You know what, Ace? At the end of the day, nobody wins. Nobody wins a fight like that, and that's the truth. I think John is just not used to, in this Dabbleverse, people being very direct and honest with him. Like, it's just, people are either fucking with him or they are, using him for some reason, or they're like Quad, they're just genuinely a fan and don't want to rock the boat. There's not a lot of people who like sit there and tell him the truth. No offense.
Yeah, I'm along for the ride, and I have whatever. I think everybody and their dog apparently thinks I'm trolling him every little word I say. I'm just having a good time, man. I'm along for the ride. Whatever happens, happens. I'm all right.
Weren't you trolling him a little? Dude, you're so funny. This is the funniest part of that whole thing. Was at one point he just turns to you and is like, Quad, did I tell a single lie? Did I answer every one of Liam's questions? And you're like, yeah, you answered all his questions. Whether or not that's a lie is a different story.
Yeah, because he just wants me to reinforce what he says, but I can't do that. In all fairness, that wouldn't be true to myself.
It was very tactful and diplomatic, is what I'm saying. It was very masterful.
Yeah, I had to think out my answer on that. I didn't just blurt out whatever. I had to think for a second before I answered, which is always probably a good idea. But sometimes I just go with the quick, smart ass comment, like try to be a comedian on a half-ass comedian show, whatever this is, shit show that most people call it, but whatever.
Did this Christian guy work with Frank Santopadre, another friend of mine who I like very much?
And I guess we won't get an answer to unless you know it, Liam.
I don't know. I would doubt it because they're on different coasts, and Frank co-hosted Gilbert Gottfried's podcast, and they're in different worlds. But who knows?
Interesting question either way. So thank you, D. Frere. And thank you for being a member for a month. I appreciate that too.
I'm pretty sure there's an insult in there somewhere.
You never know. Sometimes these people are nice. Not usually, but sometimes.
Are we
so now
done?
it's all just yeah. We're all caught up. Everything's good. I was going to pull up your plugs. I know. It was only a 4-hour show. No big deal.
I kind of wish we'd made Ray wait the last 2.5 hours for us to finish the super chats.
It would have drove him insane. You know that. Well, whatever. He does this.
No, we still have to have our fight. So listen to Rock Bottom Podcast tomorrow night, so you can listen to my last podcast fight ever. I don't enjoy it, and I'm not doing it again.
Yeah, but you do it. You did well, so I'll say you're good at it. We had fun with Stevie Lou. We had fun with Stuttering John. I don't know. Did you have any other knockdown dragouts?
No, I forgot about the Stevie Lou thing. Here's the thing. Stevie Lou was in his right mind when we argued. So I wasn't arguing with someone who had just spent the entire day drinking and could barely put a thought together.
He probably had the weed cock in his mouth all day, though.
Yeah, but he's the kind of pothead who smokes so much that it becomes normal, right?
He doesn't even get high anymore, right?
Really?
No,
Yeah,
I'm saying
yeah.
I used to smoke a shitload of pot, and there came a point when I would like barely get high and smoke huge fat bong rips, and like it barely affected me. So that does happen. Tolerance.
Dude, when I quit drinking, it would take me a quarter bottle of whiskey just to start feeling okay. Like getting to normal. Like I wouldn't get drunk until that last quarter bottle or beers or whatever hit. Oh, we got more.
Yeah, we got more. But go ahead and do your plugs and shout out anything you got coming up. And definitely check out his link tree if you want to Venmo him. I'm sure your Venmo's on the link tree, right?
It might not be. I don't know.
Okay.
I'll figure it out. Twitter at Hey It's Liam. My website is heyitsliam.com. And I sell designs on shirts at hacktester.org. That's actually been going really well for me. So if you're someone in the audience who's been buying my stuff, thank you very much. Someone bought an iPhone case and a t-shirt this week. And if you're not, check out hacktester.org. There's hundreds of shirt designs for everyone. Thank you.
Like that?
Yes, exactly. Thank you very much.
And what's your Venmo?
Hey-it's-Liam. And if you don't Venmo me, it's okay. I know some of you have been watching since 1 p.m. And thank you for watching. And I'm talking to you, people pretending to be members of Kevin Brennan's family specifically. That was a little bit of a rough one for me today, but it's only because I don't like sitting there and I don't take shots at Shuli or Carl or too much because I just don't know those guys that well.
Did you say this?
Yes, exactly. Thank you.
Okay, cool. All right, yeah, everybody check out all that stuff. I know it's not all on one thing, but whatever. You guys,
it's all right. Nobody's going to give you
money. Guys can rewind this show, so you're good.
I gave out my Venmo once on a Ray's show, and Peter Sky Parker sent me $2. So
Peter Sky Parker's good people. We like him here. We won't even ban him like that mean Gino Visconti. Oh, bad guy. All right. Italian Stallion, $5. Thank you, sir. Liam, if you are that desperate for friends that you actually hang out with that Christian douche, then you are more pathetic than we thought. Hashtag Carlos Legion of Gay.
Well, you're talking about a man who's putting his child down right now. That's a tough thing for his father to kill his own child. So show a little more sympathy and compassion. No, I'm so desperate for friends, I'm doing podcasts. So
would you do me a favor so I could I'm going to leave the studio and come back in because I see that there's chats that didn't come up in the starred chat.
Oh, boy. Okay.
But it'll take me like 2 seconds. I'll leave and come back.
There's allegedly we're seeing a movie.
Go ahead and read it.
Don Swayze, handsome? I don't know what that means. I'm sorry, allegedly. But allegedly, we're seeing a movie at 9:15 tomorrow night at the AMC in Burbank. And I know you live a reasonable drive away, so you are welcome to join us. Just be aware I sometimes flake out on plans last minute because I have other stuff to do. Also, while we're waiting for Quad to pull that up, I'll respond to Captain Miserable, in the free chat. Liam, I believe you're doing a humble brag, romanticizing your drinking past about how much it takes you to get drunk. I will say now, if I drank that way tonight, the way I used to drink, I would literally kill myself. It's more of a just like a there before the grace of God kind of moment. All right, we're back.
All right, beloved chatter, $5. A group of us are starting a show covering Christian 24/7. Like Carl, we've decided he deserves it. We might stop in a few years. Good luck. Wow, going after Christian. I like it.
That is wow. All right. Well, I think the thing is, Christian would like the attention, and then he can make.
It's not going to hurt.
He can make $525 a day. By the way, that's a pretty good living. If he's making that much a day, really, that's pretty good. He should be paying you, Quad.
That's $3,500, $14,000 a month, minus 30%. Not too shabby.
You could kick a couple $100 down to Quad for doing your show.
Yeah, maybe we'll revisit this conversation after all. Yeah, I think you guys have talked to me into it. Let's do this.
This is
not
this
that
is
he didn't come on here and help out a little bit. You know what I mean, though? That's like I don't mind doing his show if he does my show. That's part of the deal.
Right, but I'm saying if you were making 14 grand a month minus 30%, which is still 10 grand a month, which is six figures. He is making six figures if these numbers are consistent. At some point, you have to say, hey, people are making content with me. Maybe somebody should reach out. And I'm not saying I would do this, but if someone has some time, maybe reach out to the Army Major and let him know, like, hey, John's making a pretty good penny off of your back, and he's not kicking a couple bucks back to you.
Come on, Liam. Why would you do that? You suck. You're fat.
What, even 350 pounds? Okay. You have high cholesterol. Yeah, probably. I haven't been to the doctor yet this year.
Probably. I think most people in the Dabbleverse probably have high cholesterol and blood pressure and shit. We all sit around doing podcasts. Come on, man.
Well, here's the other thing. I do see pictures of these events, and I'm like, these are probably these fat guys telling me I'm fat on super chats.
100%. Guaranteed. I know fat people
good.
that call people fat. I might even be one of them. I've gained a couple pounds sitting around here doing nothing in the last year except for podcasts. All I have to do is like eating and hanging out on podcasts. So what else is there? It's not very helpful. Ray's by far one of the healthiest people, I would assume, but it's not from the exercise and good eating. It's from the getting his anger out on all those ladies on I-80. Am I right?
I mean, his car trunk's a mess, but the inside of his head is cleared out.
Yeah. His car trunk is filled with a lot of evidence, allegedly.
Allegedly, but also really.
We're Scout, still going. $5. Wad, you Selectiki.
Yeah. I know. I mean, Scout
Suck
is
at
drunk.
Keeping the show moving. No one wants a chat read an hour after sending. You are terrible. Thank you.
He's saying, Quad, you absolutely suck at keeping the show moving. No one wants a chat read an hour after sending. You are terrible.
Well, thank you very much, Scout, for the $5. I appreciate that, and the criticism. I'll take it to heart. I won't think of you once after I leave this podcast. Not once. I will never think of you again.
That's what I said to him. Actually, I will say just maybe if like you have Stuttering John on and he's ranting at me, and then someone sends in a super chat that's like, John is absolutely right. It is very funny to put that up on the screen and watch John react to that and like watch him double down on what he's saying.
I did put a couple of comments up. But
yeah.
It was hard tonight.
Yeah, it's hard. It was hard. There's a lot going on.
Yeah, I don't wait till you host your own show there, Scout, and see how you do, buddy.
Well, that is, yeah, Scout Scout can barely handle his autocorrect on his phone.
Yeah, thank you. Good point. Actually,
Can't spell the word quad.
This guy can't even write a fucking simple sentence. Yeah, what are you doing in life, Scout?
Scout, why does your phone automatically correct to Bisletsky?
If he does have an iPhone, I can relate to this though. It is a pain in the ass. The iPhones have never worked for me for doing super chats. It's a mess. Tigger 74 $5. Thank you, Tigger.
Oh my god.
Liam still at Cheesecake Factory. KB was right. It's Nirvana in here. Hashtag fuck Shuley.
Yeah, that was from 6 hours ago. There's more super chats coming in now.
I know, I'm so fucking slow, just exactly like Scout said. But I guess I'll never get to leave tonight.
What's the most super chats you've gotten in a show?
Probably like 120, 30, something like that.
And was that a Stuttering John episode?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
The first time he came on here, it was almost impossible to keep up with. I think we had like 400 or 500 people watching that. It was insane.
That's great.
Because it wasn't just Stuttering John. It was also Little Lemmy took down Kate Meany. So Kate Meany popped on and got her ass ripped apart. Whatever.
Oh, wow.
It was a lot going on.
I respect Little Lemmy because she speaks her mind. She does not.
Yeah, she never holds back. Unlike myself, sometimes I hold back a little bit. Sometimes she just blatantly says what she thinks and says, all right, you deal with it. I'm out. It's like, all right, thanks a lot. Allegedly, but also really $2. Don Swayze handsome. I didn't answer this because I do believe this is for me because I allegedly look like Don Swayze, people say. So
who's Don Swayze?
Patrick Swayze's brother.
Oh,
and if you look it up, you'll see I do look like him.
Yeah,
quite a bit.
He was in some
he was in Tombstone
action movies. He was in Tombstone. Yeah. I would have
maybe he had a pretty decent part in Tombstone out of all the movies he was in. That was probably his biggest.
I would have maybe gone Donnie Wahlberg. Like Mark.
I also get a Bull from Night Court. That's the other one I get.
Yeah, Richard Mole. Yes.
And I don't feel flattered on either one, so have a way. Well, you get fucking Michael Moore, and that's not flattering either. So I guess we don't get to be awesome characters in Hollywood, unfortunately.
Well, what's interesting about that is strangers on the street will say it to me, which is like,
oh, what are they? Hey, Michael Moore. Oh, hey, it's not him.
At least these people are interacting with me within a context that makes sense. It's crazier when I'm like holding the door for a drunk woman so she can get out of a coffee shop and she thanks me and then says, by the way, you know who you look like?
And you're like, I'll never guess. I can never guess.
Brad Pitt. That's usually what I...
Yeah, Brad Pitt. Yeah. Peter Sky Parker, $2. Money! Money.
Italian Stallion, please spend money to say that because that is very funny. I'm sorry. Peter Scott Parker.
It's $5. Quad, with all due respect, what would you really be doing to shed those extra pounds? Obviously, I can do exercise, just my upper body.
Interesting. So you're not like a true quadriplegic, no offense.
No, I'm true. Yeah. Okay. So there's partial and complete. So like if you completely break your spinal cord and it's the cord, it has nothing to do with the bone, the spinal, it's not the column, it's the cord. So if you cut the cord completely, then wherever it's cut down below, you will have zero. You will have no feeling. You will have no ability to move. Or they call the other kind incomplete, which is like you break some portion of it. It's round. So like say you cut it in half, then you'll have whatever the half stuff is. Like it could be feeling, it could be motion, it could be like all those. So it's different for every person that either completely snaps their spinal cord, or in my case, I broke it, probably a third of it. When you look at it, you can see where it was ripped. I've seen,
Dude.
I mean, it's my profile picture on my Twitter. So if you want to go check it out, you can see.
I had a friend once. He was a pothead and he did a lot of drugs when I knew him. He was my buddy. And one day he was like tripping acid, and he was just wandering around the section of Queens Boulevard where people get hit by cars all the time. You don't know this, but Queens Boulevard in New York is called the Boulevard of Death because like old people get hit by cars. It's an 8-lane highway in the middle of a residential area. It goes all the way through Queens. But my point is, he broke 3 vertebrae, and he wasn't ever supposed to walk again. But he got a halo brace on. Miracle of miracles, he could walk again. All he did was get high and run up and down the street in the neighborhood. So instead of getting millions of dollars from this car insurance company, he got like a $50,000 settlement plus the medical bills.
Because he could end up walking while the settlement was happening. Yeah.
That was it. Was like all he had to do was stay indoors for, a year and heal up, but he just couldn't do it.
Yeah, I can relate with why he would not do that. Yeah, I get it. If you can do it, do it. Allegedly, but also really, $2 is Tom Papa ugly. Objectively or subjectively?
I have no opinion on Tom Papa, and it really funny me how many people do.
I'm whatever. He's a mediocre comedian in my mind. I'm not like into it. I'm more whatever. I like the vulgar, whatever. Louis C. Fuck, there's so many good comics. It's hard to put. That's the problem. There's so many good comics, and you like make a list of your top 20, and anything below that, it's like, whatever. So that's kind of how I feel about it.
Tom Papa makes a good living in comedy, and that's such a rare thing to do that I can't hate on anyone who figured it out. Like he's Jerry Seinfeld's opener, which means he'll work forever, and I genuinely salute anyone who figures out how to make a living at stand-up these days.
Oh yeah, especially with all the landmines everywhere now. The verbal landmines, I guess you could say.
You notice I watch my mouth when I'm on these podcasts. Like I don't really go to town on anything.
I sometimes I do, but I catch myself and it's like, oh, shouldn't have said that. Well, whatever. Moving on.
It's so funny that Jerry Seinfeld complains about college
cancel culture.
Yeah,
all that shit.
It's like the Todd Barry 25 years ago in his one-man show had a joke that was like, Bill Cosby once said you can't please everyone. And that was Bill Cosby who pleases everyone.
Right. Yeah, like especially when they're unconscious, then he really pleases them, right, Liam?
Well, now we know that joke's not as funny as it used to be.
Fair enough. No, I get a kick out of anyone coming out now that they're like bazillionaires and can come out and say, hey, now that I'm rich and I don't care about money, hey, cancel culture's stupid. It's like, yeah, wow, what a take. Why couldn't you have said that when it mattered, you fuck?
It'd be braver for me to do it when I'm getting my career restarted.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, yeah. Those guys have nothing to lose. My favorite Jerry Seinfeld moment was when he had Kramer on the Letterman show.
Oh, that was
to apologize, but the crowd was dying laughing. They're like, they thought it was a bit, and they had no idea what was it.
Also, Michael Richards is just inherently hilarious. Like you can't not laugh when like Larry David had him on Seinfeld on Curb joking about it. And it's like kind of like not a funny thing because it ended his career forever. But it's Michael Richards. So you're like, that's funny.
Oh, I remember Problem Child as a kid. Like I might have been like 8 years old, and he's the killer clown guy in that movie. Go back and watch it.
UHF.
Yeah. Yeah, you exactly. Yeah. Running around shooting the stapler over his shoulder. Like he did. The firemen. They spread the fire hose in his mouth and like the kids.
The hose.
He was blowing the kids away.
Yeah,
dude, there's so much funny shit in that movie. I love that movie.
But God, you just say it in public, and people get all
just at the Laugh Factory. What's the big deal? Come on, people.
Right. And he was the first one. That was when like camera phones were so new. Nobody was ever afraid to talk in public.
Yeah, for sure. Beloved chatter. Quad is the Muppet Eagle. Case closed. Sam the Eagle. Someone else said that in. No, someone made fun of me in the fucking Melton Nobody Likes Onions chat, and they said the exact same thing. Quad is the Muppet Eagle. Indeed. I'll take that one.
That was part of a run that Brody used to do on making fun of himself. His like
Brody Stevens.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. I'm a model in Pakistan. Very hairy as a child.
Italian Stallion member for 1 month. Thank you, sir. Colt C said Quad looked like Zoltar from Big. Yeah, the machine that gave him the wish machine. Yeah, I love Tom Hanks movies, man, but I liked his movies from back in the day, like The Man with One Red Shoe, Money Pit. Like he had so many great. Yeah, Splash. Yeah, I went and saw that in theater when I was a kid. It's like the good old days. I'm lame when it comes to reminiscing.
Dude, when Big came out, me and my best friend James saw it in the theater 3 times. Like we just, that was one of those movies.
How old were you?
God, I don't even know, but probably around the age that Tom Hanks was in that movie. Same with Who Framed Roger Rabbit.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I was close to that age, so exactly that was my. Yeah, it's weird when you like when I watched Sandlot as a kid, and it's like, yeah, of course, I hang out with my buddies and play baseball in an actual Sandlot. So to watch a movie that's Sandlot and it's all about me, pretty much is what it felt like. So, absolutely,
right. And that's why. Never mind. That's why I went to see Angus 10 times.
Yeah, and that's why I went and seen Anus 10 times. No.
Heyo.
Bad joke.
Right.
Heyo.
Can we cut this off after beloved chatters?
We're done. We're done.
No, I love beloved chatter. You'll have to work harder to get a laugh out of Quad, Liam. I don't care. I really it's quite all right. I have been on live stream for 8.5 hours now. And it is time for me to go bye-bye.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you a ton for coming on, brother. I appreciate the hell out
pleasure,
of it.
Man.
And I really enjoyed doing podcasts with you, and I've enjoyed doing them with Ray and you, and on and on and on. So
all right, let's send Ray the link.
Yeah, right. If you could give one final message to Stuttering John, what would you have to say to him?
I would say, John.
I had to fight my whole life. I could beat you up even if you had 1,000 knives. Even if you had infinity knives, I would punch you up into the air like a kite. I bet you sleep with the night light, cause you're scared of the dark, cause you stink like a fart. Well, I light your fartum fire with my rounds. You think I won't? I do it all the time. I bet I got more money than Jay-Z. Compared to me, Jay-Z is lazy. Plus Beyonce thinks that I'm cute. It's okay, Beyonce, I think you're cute too. I made out with so many girls. Made out with every girl in the world. I might look small, but I'm not. I don't care if you're big, I'll fight you. Well, I do know that I am the baddest of them all. If you ain't about money, then I don't mess with y'all. Y'all think I don't get girls, cause I ain't very tall. If she see my stats, I bet you that she calls. Just the baddest of them all. If you ain't about money, then I don't mess with y'all. Y'all think I don't get girls, cause I ain't very tall. If she see my stacks, I bet you that she calls.